doing nothing.
Hello, everybody. How you doing? Hi, Lady of Elegance Candles. Hi, Faith. Hi, Thay. Mr. Spears. I had to look them up. That group you was talking about. Yeah, I don't remember their music as much, but my husband sure did. So I had to. Hi, baby. I was just talking about you. How y'all doing? It's good to see you. I had to jump out of Tony's live because I got to be consistent with mine. Unfortunately, Jess is on a cruise right now, and she was not aware that he was going live. So, uh, on her behalf, I jumped in. So, how was y'all's weekend? How was y'all's Mother's Day? Naima, how you doing, love? You know what? You want to jump up here, baby? I'll put the link in the chat. We can just try this right now. Let me know. And if it don't work out, we'll work it out. That's my girl, Naima. I want y'all to meet Naima because Naima's got some information she might want to share with y'all. And I'm not sure if you're ready right now, but I'm just saying if you want to, I'll put the link in the chat. Just say yes or no. Let me know either way. If you say yes, I'll put the link in the chat for you. I is that a yes or a no? I just need to know because we never did get to test this thing out. And I didn't want to bring you up and then not have a good connection. So just yes or no. You ain't ready. Okay. Well, I'm gonna call you after this stream. It might be kind of late for you because you're 3 hours ahead of me. That's the only problem is that you're 3 hours ahead of me, and I don't want to, wake up the baby and stuff. But we gonna work it out. You're gonna be my first real guest. So yes. And you know what? Just to let y'all know, Naima does makeup and hair. She lives in Atlanta, Georgia. And guess whose hair and makeup she did? I don't know how often. You felt a money grab, Faith? From who, sweetie? I know. I always have people in the lives, but I bring them up to give their opinion. I'm bringing you up as my special guest for you to present what you got to present. I need you to get exposure for real. And even if she's not up here today, all of you, when you get a minute, go check out my girl Naima's channel. It's Naima Bennett. Go check her out. Absolutely. But yes, she even did Angie's hair and makeup. Yeah, I just told it. I just told it. And she is wonderful. She's very talented. And I want y'all to know I love you, sweetheart. Yes. So y'all go check her out. She's so fun. She's down to earth. She's real people. She ain't about no BS. So go check her out. She just like us, just real down to earth person. So if you get time, go check out her channel. It's time that the world sees this young lady. And I mean this whole place, not just a little chunk of the pie. It's time that people get a chance to see a little bit more than what they've been seeing. And She was my first selection. This is my first person I want to bring up and introduce you all to Naima. And when she's ready, I'm ready. All right, girl? So be ready. Yes, Naima said, yes, I had the pleasure of doing her makeup. Didn't you do her hair as well? I thought you did her hair as well. Or did I misunderstand you? Either way it goes, she hooked her up. Naima can work that makeup. Oh my God. She have you looking like a whole new person. I've seen it. So yes, all you young ladies in Atlanta, Georgia that want to get hooked up. Oh, okay, just her makeup. Okay. If you want to get hooked up, if you got a special occasion you need to go to and you need your face beat, look up Naima. She'll hook you up. She will hook you up for real. So, yes, you are so welcome, sweetheart. I love you. So, everybody else here in the chat, how y'all doing today? How was your Mother's Day? For all you mothers that celebrated Mother's Day this weekend, I had a wonderful time myself. My husband took me out to dinner at the Palisades, and it's just this old bougie restaurant that we ain't going back to. I love you too, Naima. So yeah, we went to the little bougie restaurant, and all they had on the menu, it was some Mother's Day menu, which that's not really why I went. I wanted to eat. I didn't want nobody selecting my meal for me, which is what they did. Oh, thank you, baby. He said my wife does her own makeup. She does a wonderful job. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Ah. But yeah, we had a good time. We went to the bougie restaurant and we had their bougie food. And as a matter of fact, I've been working on the rest of my prime rib. But next time we're going to go somewhere where they really fill up your plate. Am I right, baby? Where we going next? Put it in the chat. Where we going next time? We going to go to Claim Jumpers, Cheesecake Factory? Or is Cheesecake Factory played out? We be hitting them all up. Thank you, Naima. Thank you, sweetheart. I appreciate it. I just forgot to get a toothpick because I need to get this prime rib out of my teeth and it's getting on my nerves. Mm. Faith said that's why Jesus turned over the table in the temple at Charles Spears. Yeah, y'all talking about next door. Oh, you want to go to Claim Jumpers next time, boo? That's the next place we gonna go then. Claim Jumper. They give you more than enough food for your money. I'm not always into bougie restaurants, but I picked the Palisades just because it was Mother's Day. Do you have a Houston's there, Auntie May? No, we don't. I've never heard. What kind of restaurant is that, Faith? What do they serve? What do they specialize in? Is it like a steakhouse? Because you know I'm in love with steak. I ain't gonna lie. You can give me some pork and some beef, and I'll be good. I eat the vegetables only for health reasons. Steakhouse. Is that what it is, Charles? Houston's a steakhouse? And shoot. Now, where is Houston's located? What restaurant? I mean, where is this restaurant located in? What city? Because we don't have one up here. They need to open one because they need some more of them. We done peeped all of them, and now it's time for go somewhere else. Not a steakhouse, but they have a steak on the menu, 5-star done. Okay, so they got a bunch of stuff. There's one in DC. Okay. I don't have any plans to go to DC, but let's see, do they have one in Vegas? I wonder if they have one in Hawaii, because me and my husband are going to go to Hawaii. Just thought I'd let you know, honey, we're going to Hawaii in August. Thought I'd let you know. Um, yeah, if they've got one in Hawaii, that would be nice. So yeah, if they've got one in Vegas, we'll be in Vegas in July. And if they've got one in Hawaii, we're going to be in Hawaii in August. So, good to see y'all. I'm sure a lot of people are still next door. I always call Tony's uh, live streams next door because his is just salmon, grilled chicken. Ooh. Ooh. A Hawaiian steak. Oh my God. Oh, you going to have my stomach growling up here in a minute, Faith. I love me some salmon too. I like grilled chicken, but I eat so much chicken, I'm starting to grow feathers. So I need to, I need to make a change. I eat chicken, look, grilled, baked, fried. Don't make me no shoot. Don't make me no difference. But I eat a lot of chicken. I like to do other stuff too. I like the salmon though. That salmon sounds good. And that Hawaiian steak, I'm very intrigued. Very intrigued with that. Anytime you throw a steak in front of me, ooh, it's on and popping. Then I can bring some home. Need some later. So I hope all is well today. I just kind of wanted to carry over where Tony, I don't know where he is now and where in terms of what he's talking about now. I know that when I left, he was talking about the paperwork that was filed prior to Angie even being buried. And I had to jump off because I had to be here. You know, I would have loved to stay, but again, I need to be consistent over here as well. So, with that said, I thought maybe somebody might want to, you about to fly. I am about to fly for real. Let me keep on eating that chicken. I'm going to be clucking and everything. But there is quite a bit of Angie Stone information to still talk about. I don't know if you guys saw Diamond's live stream yesterday. I thought that was quite interesting. I happened to catch Paperwork Parties live yesterday where he talked about that a lot. So just wondered if anybody else here might have seen it, what they got out of it. Um, Hello, One Diva King. How are you? I didn't want to bring anybody over to bash Diamond or anything like that. That's not my not my purpose. What I don't get, how did Michael agree to doing that before his mother was before his mother was born? Huh? What I don't get, how did Michael agree to doing that before? Oh, you mean before she was buried? That's a good question. That's a very good question. I don't know. They love me. How are you, my love? Oh, good to see you. Buried. Right. I figured that out when I read it again, Charles. It's just it's very intriguing. Very intriguing the thought process behind all that. Thank you, One Diva King. Thank you so much. It was just a lot said yesterday, and I'm quite sure she's very upset. I can tell that she's very upset. She has a street mentality, not business minded at all. Yeah, but Diamond's not dumb. She's not dumb. But under these circumstances, I would think that she's vulnerable. And that's why we have to continue to keep her uplifted in prayer, honestly. Everybody has their own way of looking at it. And she's not ignorant at all. Am I sure? Am I sure what, One Diva King? Can you elaborate on that, hon? You said, "Are you sure?" LOL. It's very conceivable, though, Faith, that you're right. That the mentality is not business minded. But again, we don't have the entire story. I ain't saying nothing to you, Diva King. uh, now we know why she got hit in the mouth. She's street savvy. Y'all coming hard. Y'all coming hard. But yes, I can understand where Angie was coming from on that fateful day, unfortunately. My daddy did something like that to me once. It wasn't a chair or anything like that, but he socked the cold mess out of me. Uh, I was about 11 or 12, and I spewed something out of my mouth that he didn't like, and he balled up his fist and knocked the bejesus out of me. So I understand. Sometimes kids' mouth get them into more they behind can get them out of. And from what I understand from the incident, ooh, man, that is definitely the era that we came up in. Yeah. Oh yes, my mom hand a backhand so cold, man. But see, that's what we came up in. Exactly, Charles. Just like Tony can take so much, the same goes for Diamond. She has a right to vent. I hope you put him back in. Put who back in, One Diva King? Who you talking about, sweetheart? You talking about my daddy? He gone. Hi, Satin. How are you, love? Greetings to you. But now, One Diva, I need to know who you're talking about. You said, I hope you put him back in. Jesus. Put Jesus back in? Jesus never left. Okay, Faith said, Auntie, you know what I'm saying. She's hood, and Angie wanted better for her. Exactly. Exactly. But Diamond is who she is. Diamond is not changing for anybody. And that's her prerogative. She's a grown woman. She's a grown woman. Yeah, that is so true. You're right. They love me. That's probably true. I mean, yeah, that's probably what she's talking about. I hope that for all people involved. Um, but this is it's a ugly mess. It's a nasty business. I've lost all respect for. He chose Mother's Day to go. I know. You said Jesus was KN. You said Jesus was KN. What does that mean? KN. I got to decode all your stuff, Diva. Come on now. Be plain. I can't understand codes. That is true, Faith. That is one thing I know I learned. You can buck up all you want at those that know better and try to give you all the warning, but life has a way of showing. What they say, I can show you better than I can tell you. And that's what people are trying to do is, get her to see. before it goes too far that, she can rectify some of this. But, she knows what's best for her. So, just let the chips fall where they may. Let the chips fall where they may. Yeah, I thought that was kind of tacky too, but I think that was because of when that live dropped, and he addressed it right after it came out. So we could say the same for for her as well, dropping that on Mother's Day, you know. But either way it goes, it's an ugly situation. It really is. It's really ugly, and you know, I I've never seen anything like this. I think Nana is not worried about getting her mother's rights onto her. Uh, you have every right to think that, one diva, and you probably that's what it looks like. That's what it looked like. You think she did, Charles? I don't think so. I think she was making a valid statement from her own behalf. And she's not going to listen to nobody else. She's going to do exactly what she want to do and be that part right there. Okay, Satin, let me go back up. I'm sorry I missed it. Let me go back up. What is wrong with this thing? StreamYard be tripping. Greetings. All I see is greetings, sweetie. Let me go up some more. Auntie, please read my post. I I don't see it, sweet. The only thing I see from you before this is greetings. Hi, KC. Do you want to repost that, Satin? Because it's not here. I don't see it here. Black Titanic. Auntie Mickey House Diamond first Mother Day without mom and knows she grieving, but in time she appreciates the blogger who's fighting for justice for her mom. I hope so, Black Titanic. I really do. I was told you can get more bees with honey than with, yeah, that part. But I think he was in his defense, I would have to say that he was probably defending himself as well, based on what she was saying. I hope that's the case. But, again, life is a blip. Ernestine said it's more than being told. Do you mean there's more to it than what's being told, Ernestine? Because if that's what you're saying, I would agree to that too. Because we don't know what conversations take place. We don't know. All we know is what we read, what we're seeing in paperwork. The fact she wants people to stop looking into her mother's demise is weird. Yes, God will take care of it, but I'm going to investigate if it was my mama. That's what most of us would feel. Yeah. Yeah. There's a lot to be said about all of this. And again, it's just nasty. It's nasty. And I really don't think Angie would appreciate all of this going on. She came out and gave her truth. Exactly, Chi-Town. He didn't. It is. It is one diva. It one tries to be very respectful, and there are people that are out there, you know, making accusations and assumptions that they have no real proof of, and I think that might be part of the reason. Okay, you reposted again. I'm going up. This is odd, sweetheart. I do not see it. I You reposted, and I've gone all the way up to where you last posted, where you said, "Auntie, please read my post." Now I'm scrolling down one at a time, and the next post I see from you says, "I reposted again." So are you saying, I don't know what you could be saying. I don't know if there's any They, have you deleted anybody's posts? They is my only mod right now. Jess is not here. And I don't see anybody else. I only see one mod here. They, sweetheart, did you delete anyone's post? That is strange to me, Satin, because there's nothing else in here. Nothing. There's no post from you. And I'm wondering if YouTube is blocking it or something. I don't get it. I don't understand why it's not showing up. I mean, if there's no curse words in it, and I haven't even done anything about that. You know how you can go into YouTube studios and you can say what words can't be posted? I haven't even done that. I haven't gone to those extremes as to, controlling what's said in my chat. So I'm at a loss as to why your post is not showing up. This is strange. Oh God, yeah, KC, that's what I'm starting to believe. YouTube will block posts sometimes. I don't know why they would block your post. And you just don't know how much some checks be. Yeah, YouTube may have blocked it. But why? Why would they block her post? One Diva King says, jealousy and hate for your own mother is sad. Diamond need to be more humble if she really wanted justice for her mom and not think people don't truly care. Love and light to you as well, Candy Bar. How are you, sweetness? Candy Bar. I love that name. Love and light to you as well. This is very odd to me. True. It may be against YouTube guidelines. Okay, Satin, let's do this. Would you like to come up on the platform and say what you wanted to say, sweetheart? Since the post does not show up, I'd be happy to put the link in the chat and you can click on it and you can come and say it instead of us reading it. Thank you, Marzella, for the $10 super sticker. God bless you. Thank you so much. And Candy Bar, I'm doing great today. Welcome, Maddie Arnold. You're new to my channel. Welcome, sweetheart. I post just before KC. Okay, let's go up to KC. Let me see where KC is. YouTube will block, okay. There's, hey now, Auntie. That was KC. I only see 2 things from KC. Huh. YouTube is definitely tripping. We'll be all day trying to look through this chat. There is nothing. There's nothing else. Does anyone else see the post? If so, you, my kids, let her know. I don't see it either, honey. Thank you, Kifa Mat. I hope I said that right. Kefa Mat Hotep. Hotep. I had a wonderful weekend. Yes. Yes. Does anyone? Yeah. Don't see it. Yes, this is my 3rd comment now. YouTube tripping. Yeah, I saw your other 2, KC, but I didn't see anything from Satin before or after yours, other than, the hello and read my comment. So, again, hi, Ruby. I invite you to come to the platform because I want you to be heard, Satin. I want you to be heard. I'm not about shutting people up. So if you'd like, if you want to come up, just answer yes or no. And if you do, I will put it in the chat for you. I'll put the link in the chat and you can come up. Yeah, but see, that's just it, Candy Bar. I don't know who would have blocked it. Hi, Jacqueline Whitaker. How are you, my love? I don't understand this. How messages are just disappearing and not even making it to the chat. Let's see, Faith is all we need. Chi-Town Reactions. Yes, they have constant viewers. They're making about 10K a month. Tony did it fast, so he will get a good check. I bet he will. You are so welcome, Love Jones. I love you, sweetheart. Yeah, Tony gonna get a nice good check. I think I must have gifted 30 and then another 5. So 35 total. You kept saying hi and nothing. That's odd. That is so odd. Welcome, Tassie. Tassie says, hi, Mickey, new to your show and subscriber and enjoying it as well. I'm so glad you came by, and I hope you are relaxed over here. We're drama-free. We're peaceful over here. I don't like a lot of, bickering and stuff like that. And when people want to come over here and talk crazy, they just get escorted out. Doesn't happen too often. But we can talk as grown folks without acting silly. So I'm welcoming you to my channel. God's Child, as a matter of fact, I was earlier until Tony called me. I was watching the Diddy trial and I actually took notes. I didn't bring them in here, but I'll just talk off from the top of my dome. Break up certain words, YouTube block it. Oh, okay. I don't know why they would do that, but anyway. From what I heard from the Diddy trial, the first person they called up was a security guard that is now a LAPD officer. Lorraine Munn said, Auntie Mickey, thank you so much for the membership. I pray that God will continue to pour blessings upon blessings on your life. Thank you, my love. Thank you. Yes, God's Child, it is heavy. I love you too, Lauren C. It came out blazing. And I didn't know until today that Brian, what's his name? The one that defended Young Thug, Brian Steele. is kind of running it now. Where can you watch? You're talking about the Diddy trial. It's there's one content creator that's doing very good coverage on it. His name is Ticket TV, and he's all about the documentation, all about the documentation. You could go to his live streams when he's covering it. Yes, oh my God, God's child. Yes, he did. Ooh, they talked about that. That was the second witness that they brought up. Yeah, he was an SEX worker. This was the day that Diddy stomped a mud hole in her behind. Yeah, that day. Mm. Another good content creator that's covering it is That Surprise Witness. She's very good too. She has a different style. Thank you, Delise. Thank you so much. Those two are the ones that come up to mind quickly. I like Hi Millionaires Cove. How are you, sweetie? I like Ticket TV because he don't pull no punches. I love his delivery. Sometimes he goes off on people. I can look beside that because sometimes people do say some really weird things and he becomes unglued. Thank you, Marzella. Thank you, Marzella C. You're so sweet. New member. Oh, good, good. He does really good coverage. Sean Wright. Hi, Auntie Mickey. I am from Seattle, raised in Seattle, Washington. Okay. Hometown. Hometown. I'm going to have to ask you what high school you went to and all that stuff. We might know the same people. I'm sure we do. Because, Seattle ain't all that big, especially in our community. Thank you, God's child. Keep us a celebrity. I'm just saying. Okay. What did I miss? A celebrity. I'm just saying. Oh, goodness. I need me a crew now. I need me some backup. Mm. Oh, goodness. Well, I'm going to have to sidestep. Chi Town says, Tassie, thank you so much. Enjoying Auntie Mickey's house is peaceful and all over here, hun. Yes, it is. As a matter of fact, I'm going to ask Satin one more time, sweetie, if you would like to come up and state for the record what you wanted to say since we didn't get to see your post. Hello, loving myself. God bless you and protected by God in the house. Yes, it's so good to see my peepers. My peoples is here. Seward Park, you went to Nathan Hale. Oh my God. I was supposed to go to Nathan Hale, but you grew up around Seward Park. I know Seward Park. I was just around Seward Park about 2 days ago. Faith said, I will not be watching that Diddy debauchery. My spirit is too innocent. Yeah, because they laying it down and spreading it wide over there. My God, some of the stuff that came out today, I was like, ooh, wee. Oh, okay, God's child. Well, I appreciate you coming by for this length of time, sweetheart, because you definitely didn't have to. Got you a second job. Go, girl. Go, girl. Pretty brown eyes. Hi, Auntie Mickey in chat. That's where my dad lives. But yes, Ticket TV be on it. Don't he, though? Hi, Camille, 1970. Hi, sweetie. How's it going? Yes, Ticket is definitely on it. He is definitely on it. And he's, man, very honorable man. I have to give it to him. He does a lot for the community as well. So I've been watching him for about a year. And yeah, I like it. I like him. Hey, LaSonia. ticket is too disrespectful. He gets in their butt, Charles. Sometimes they'll set him off and he don't pull no punches. But as far as the information that he provides, it's spot on. If you can get past the cussing people out kind of stuff, which he can do, um, if you can get past that and just focus on the information that he provides, this man is spot on. Uh, let's see. Let me put this up so I can. Auntie Mickey, do you think it's odd that 3 days before Angie's passing, Shayna got her notary license, and less than 17 days after Shayna is ushered notary license to support Michael with the probate? All of that is suspect to me. I mean, the timing is crazy. Okay, I see. Satin, you said, tell me if you see this. I see that. You said that. I see that post. Millionaires Cove, Auntie, did you get the super chat I sent a few days ago? I believe I did, yes, sweetheart. Sometimes this chat goes so fast, I miss them. And if I missed you, sweetheart, I really am sorry. Shout out to Millionaires Cove for the super chat a few days ago. But yes, that is very suspect. Lorraine, it's very suspect. Yeah. Okay. Here we go. Lorraine, it sounds like they had a plan regardless of whether people want to believe it or not. Yeah. Sounds like there was a plan somewhere. I'm just, I'm prayerful for the family. I'm really prayerful for the family. I reserve the right not to say anything derogatory about Diamond or Michael because that was their mother, you know. But everything else that comes out is, God will reveal. God will reveal. It's definitely some nasty business. Let's see, Chi-Town, you said, please everyone hit the like button. Yes, hit the like button. Unfortunately, I can't see how many likes I have. 60 likes and 142 in the chat. Oh, yeah, we could do better than that. Hey, Barbara Weaver. How are you, sweetheart? Yes, he will, and it's already coming to fruition. You're absolutely right. After last week, I think the apple tree has been shook. You know what I'm saying? You know how you shake the apple tree, and sometimes not all the apples fall right away. But because you've shaken it, eventually them other ones, they've been loosened up a little bit, and they fall a few days later, a couple days later, sometimes a week later, but they fall. And sometimes when they fall to the ground, they fall so hard that they're bruised and busted. Mm. Kiva said Shauna was playing in Angie's face the entire time. Snacks right in front her. I'm always sending good vibrations to Diamond and Michael because losing a mother a lot to be has got to be devastating. Absolutely, it is. It's got to be. That's true, Catherine. That's true. But again, she said some things that if I were in her position, I would probably feel the same way. Just a few things. But I mean, I'm just being selective in those absolute uh, statements. But as a whole, I mean, if this was my mom, I would be livid. Oh, you're over there listening to him? Oh, he's still going? Man, he better be cool before he drops before his birthday. He better be cool. He forgets he's almost 66, and I'm gonna clown him. You better put some Put some pep in that step and sit down. You ain't got to roll it all out at once. Take your time. Baby, take your time. Do it right. Oh, God. Faith said, what's crazy is that Pizza is registered under Angie Stone, and I wondered if Angie Stone trademarked her name. I thought she did. I thought she did. I might be wrong, but I could have swore she did because of all her products that she was selling. It's gotten just messy. It's got messy, and it's, oh, God. Texas J said, thanks, ladies, to those that wished me happy birthday. Going to study for a state exam for life and health. Good for you, Texas J. Go on with your bad self. Yeah. So, does anybody want to come up? Anybody got anything to say? My platform is your platform. This is home. And I can put the link in the, a matter of fact, I'm going to do it. I ain't going to talk about it. I'm going to be about it. And I'm going to put it there in the chat. Them winds of the storm hurricane is brewing, and the winds are at 40 miles per hour, but the full force is yet to come. Look out. Yes, Shauna, the worst is yet to come. Ooh wee. The fact that they tried to file another patent for her products is just crazy. Now, that part I didn't catch, Catherine. I did not catch that. Ooh wee. I must have stepped away to the bathroom or something. Ooh. I'm going to put the link in the chat for those that want to come up and let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. Seems like she was a plant inside of Angie's house gathering information and using it to hoodwink Angie for everything that belonged to Angie, allegedly. Glad you said that. If that consultant LLC didn't report those services in November and December, then they're going to have an revenue service, internal revenue. Yeah. Can't mess with the IRS. I didn't, you know what, Faith? I didn't see that. The one with Bruno Mars on paperwork. I didn't see that particular live. So I'm not privy to that information. And I love me some Bruno Mars with his little short self. He can leave the door open. Oh boy. I put the link in the chat for anybody that wants to come up and talk. If nobody pops in, within the next 10 or 15 minutes, I'll just go ahead and end the chat because my throat is starting to hurt and I can't read everything out loud. I'd rather people would, say what they got to say on the platform. And that way everybody can, share whatever they want to say instead of me reading everything or people reading the chat. That's boring. Let's get some people up here. Chi-Town, of course. I knew my girl Chi-Town was gonna come up. Hello, my love. Can you hear me, sweetheart?
I was coming through. Let me mute this.
Hello, my love.
Let me mute this. Let me mute my other. Yes, I got it. I wasn't feeling too good the other days. I was just being in the bushes.
Yeah.
Some of the chats. Yeah, when I don't feel good, I just be in the bushes and support like that and hit the like button. But yeah, I had to come on up. I said I'm not gonna leave Auntie Mickey up there by herself.
I've been trying to battle this cold.
Oh, it sounds like it.
And it's all up in here, but it's starting to trace down in my throat too.
our weather is so weird out here
Mm.
in Chicago. Like, what's going on with this weather?
Yeah, it's cold, isn't
Like,
it?
we still going down to the 40s.
Really?
I don't understand this.
That sounds like it
Yes.
here too.
We our weather keeps switching up, but this
Uh-huh.
week is supposed to be getting uh is it starting tomorrow? Some leave it at some 70s at least.
For
Yeah.
real. I wish they'd be more consistent up here too. This bipolar weather is not the business.
And
It
I
it, it
think I
takes its
think
toll.
I think they keep going out doing stuff up there somewhere. I don't know.
Them little planes flying up
Yes,
there.
it's too much going on. Just leave it
Yeah.
alone.
Yeah.
I
That was
need to
Gail and Katy Perry this time.
I I need to go out here and do some stuff on my porch. I need to clean my
Uh-huh.
outdoor carpet, and
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna do that Thursday. And
Yeah.
get my patio stuff together, my covers washed.
Uh-huh.
She said, "Wait a minute, who said it was 80s in Chicago today?"
SMK
Oh,
Salima said it's
who?
80 in Chicago.
Uh-uh,
Hey,
uh-uh.
Faith.
See, the thing about it, it might have been 80 out west. You might be out west.
Um,
And see, one thing about it, I'm on the south side. And see, when you on the south side and you close, because it's no lakes and beaches out west. So
uh-huh.
the temperatures do be a little different if you from the west side or
Uh-huh.
or northwest suburbs or north, but the beaches and lakes and stuff are more so along like east, north coming south, and that's why
Uh-huh.
our temperatures be a little bit different. SMK. Yeah, it might have
Uh-huh.
been 80 west.
Right.
We don't know, honey. We ain't had no 80s.
Hey, Faith, are you there, sweetheart?
Yes,
I
Auntie.
heard him.
Can you hear
Okay.
me?
Hi,
Yes,
Faith.
ma'am. Loud and clear. I'm bringing Texas J up as well. Hi,
Oh, hi,
Okay.
Texas
Texas
J.
J. Happy
Hello.
birthday. It's your birthday. It's her birthday.
Yes, happy birthday to you.
Happy
So,
birthday.
Faith, what do you have
Yes,
to
ma'am.
say today?
Hey
What do I
y'all, how
have
y'all
to say?
doing?
I'm sorry, too
Oh,
many people
thank
were
you.
talking.
Wait,
Okay,
hold on.
Faith. Uh-huh.
Hello?
Yeah, we hear
I'm
Okay.
you.
sorry, I'm trying to get it together, y'all.
Oh, you're doing fine, sweetheart. We just
And I
getting our bearings here.
apologize for my voice too.
No, you're fine, sweetheart. You're loud and clear. Loud and clear. I was just waiting for Faith to finish her sentence.
I said,
Oh, okay.
"Hey, Chantel, I was
Hey
saying you
there.
said that they keep going up and messing with the weather." I said that was Gail and Katy Perry that time.
Oh,
Okay.
girl, don't make me choke. Always messing with stuff. Oh
Something.
goodness.
I done seen
So
back
how
in
Yes,
was your
the
something
Mother's
going
Day
days that
on.
we
weekend?
had
Yeah, there's something going
SMK from
on. There's always
Chicago out
something
here.
going on around here.
You know
It's crazy.
they had a earthquake in Tennessee,
I heard about that.
Wow.
I'm like,
Knoxville.
Tennessee? That's
Well,
crazy.
Yes,
they have them all over because it's vaults under the ground,
Right.
all
But some
over,
places have them more than others. That's
like
the scary
California.
part. Yeah,
Uh-huh.
see, California's vault runs right up through Washington State, and that's
Mm-hmm.
where I am. And they've been saying for years that we're overdue for a 9 point something. And I'm like, well, Lord, make sure I'm not here when that happens. I don't want to
I
ATK.
live through
know.
that.
Faith ain't. We don't have earthquakes out here.
Yes, some
You probably haven't
areas,
felt them yet.
right.
Huh?
Some areas are more prone to them
Yeah,
than others.
we never want having earthquakes out here in Chicago. We don't be having earthquakes.
You have tornadoes, don't you?
No,
Mhm.
You haven't had a tornado
we
in
don't have
Chicago?
we don't have
Well, Well, not in the city. They usually don't. They go to the rural areas.
Even in the
Yeah.
suburbs, we don't be having that stuff like that.
Well, heck, y'all got enough code. Y'all don't need all of it.
Yeah, we don't. That's why I'm trying to tell Auntie Mick, we don't be having stuff like that. Like, but like I say, we tell people our winners be like, ooh, ooh, thank God we had a good winter. This one,
Mm-hmm.
it was
Mm-hmm.
other places that they winners was like people were shocked that they had
Yeah.
snow in Florida, like, and then what was that in North Carolina? They had
Uh-huh.
snow like these people weren't used to that. But we don't be having none of that. And I'm glad, ooh, I had to
Yeah,
sit
some
on the
places have more things like just like the tornadoes. There's
I'm
certain areas of this
I'm a
country
pray.
that have them all the time, and then there's the hurricane areas, the places where hurricanes hit
I
the
can't live
most.
Right.
nowhere. I can't live nowhere with them hurricanes.
Uh, mm,
Uh-uh.
Mm-mm.
mm-mm, mm-mm.
Mm-mm.
I don't want to see no
No.
tornado either. I
I'm
know
scared.
somebody, one of my mods, he's not here today, but he lives in uh, uh, tornado territory, and they go out there and sit on their porch
And watch.
and watch them. And I'm telling them, you know what? I don't even want to say what I was going to say. No, I'm going to go ahead and say it. I told him that's a white folk thing. That's not what we do.
What?
I'm sorry.
You know
That,
what? Honestly,
uh,
Oh boy.
I'm in the Midwest too, so
mm-hmm,
um, and a lot of times, if you've seen enough of them,
mm-hmm,
you know when they're gonna come. You know what I mean?
mm.
You
Yeah.
know
Yes,
when to
ma'am.
move.
Just
When
let
you
me
don't
know.
move, yeah, when you
Just,
don't move, that's on you because you
mm-mm.
the clouds usually, I mean, the sky usually turn kind of a greenish color. That's when
Yeah,
you go take shelter. You know,
exactly.
and if it's at night, I haven't really known any to come at night. You know what I mean?
Mm,
I
mm-hmm.
mean, I'm sure there has been, but it's enough of these weather things around that the sirens, you're not
Yes.
gonna sleep through that, you know?
Right, right.
And so
Are
you can
they
go take
getting
cover then.
better? Are they
Hmm?
getting better with their
Thunderstorms ain't
timing
no.
and letting you guys know? Because I know there was at one time they weren't they weren't blaring until maybe 15 seconds before the thing hit. Are
No,
they
what
getting better?
happens, yeah, what happens is people ignore them because,
Mm,
they think it's a police car or something going down the street or what have you. But
I can
when
tell the
you
difference. I'm sorry, that's crazy.
but this is the thing. When it's thunder
Just
and
saying it.
lightning
Uh-huh.
and or if it's real still
Mm-hmm.
after it's been so windy and it gets just real still all of a sudden. If you
Mm-hmm.
stay up, then you meant to get got. You know what I
Wow.
mean?
Yeah,
But
yeah.
it's just warning signs that you go and run. I mean, you go take shelter. That's
Right,
like
right.
the hurricanes. They
That
know that they're coming, but
yes,
they don't think it's gonna hit hard, so they stay
right.
where they are.
Because they've done it for so long. They've
Right.
sat through them for so long. But see, that's how you get got.
Exactly. And that's exactly what happened with Katrina. Even
Yes,
though the levees broke and it was worse than what they ever thought, imagined it could ever be. They were telling
exactly.
them to leave a long
Yep.
time. As
Mhm.
as a matter of fact, I was living in Texas by the
Mhm.
Louisiana border at that time. So I
Right.
saw a lot of people come our way, you
Right.
know, when Katrina hit. But
Mm.
they were telling the people to leave long time ago. They just
Yes.
thought it was just going to be something that they're used to. They didn't
Right.
know that those levees were going to breach like that.
Right. And that's what
Yeah.
did the most damage. The
Yeah,
destruction
that's
after the
that's
levee.
what did it. Those
Right.
levees.
That was
And
so
Yeah,
sad. That was so sad. And you
ain't
know,
it
too many.
was.
parts of
And I
Louisiana are still
who is
messed up
that?
to this
Lena?
day from that.
Louisiana
The
was a big
storm.
money grab. They bought a lot of property.
Of
Like they
course.
did in Hawaii,
Yes, and where else? California. They doing
California.
it in
Yep.
California now because of those fires.
Katrina was the first run.
Mhm.
They
Ain't,
bought so many of those properties down there. It's just,
Right.
you
And there
know,
was a TV show. I swear, I wish I could remember the name of this TV show. It was like a 3-season series on HBO, not too long after Katrina hit. And it exposed all of that behind the scenes finagling of
For real.
property and stuff that people were coming in from all places around the
Mm-hmm.
country trying to snatch up as much land as they could.
That's exactly what they did it for.
Mm,
Auntie
I mean,
Nikki.
I'm
Yeah,
not I'm not trying to be funny, but
let me
those
see.
levees were set to blow up like that.
yeah,
Auntie
they definitely
Nikki.
weren't maintained. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Can I address D Nurse? Because I don't know what part of Chicago. Because I see D Nurse had wrote in the chat. She say we do have tornadoes. What part of
Yeah, in
Chicago?
Champagne, they have tornadoes in Champagne. I got a sister in Champagne, so I know they got
Oh, that's
tornadoes.
she. I said Chicago. I ain't say
Yeah,
Champagne, right? Not
that's
Champagne.
Champaign,
Illinois.
That's
Illinois.
Illinois, right?
Right.
Yeah.
I
But
told
you
her,
just
I
talking about
said,
Chicago.
Chicago.
Oh
Uh-huh.
no, no,
Yeah,
no.
see,
That's
it
the
could
city.
be
They ain't.
the
Yeah.
city. That's what, see, this where D Nurse, I don't know what part of Illinois she probably in, but in Chicago, we don't have no
No.
tornadoes or
Hmm.
none of that. I was speaking on Chicago, not
Yeah.
like some of the other parts of Illinois, because we
Hmm.
got
Yeah.
tornadoes.
Chicago is the big city. It's usually no tornadoes in the city.
That's
City.
what
Yeah.
yeah, and I see
Yeah.
she wrote that right. So I say, then she said we do have tornadoes because she was speaking on. Remember
Hmm.
when you had said faith? I'm like, we don't have no tornadoes
Hmm.
in Chicago. And
But
then she spoke on thunderstorm. Oh, we do have thunderstorms.
hmm
Thunderstorms ain't nothing like tornadoes and
well,
all that. Thunderstorms
let
is
me just interject this one thing, because I love
okay.
talking about stuff like this, but we want to kind of stick to Angie
Okay.
Stone as the topic.
Yeah.
And basically, the reason that I brought you guys up is to give your take on what you heard today next door at Tony's, and even over the weekend, because a lot happened over the weekend that
What
came to pass in terms of, for instance, Diamond's live stream and information that another content creator, Paperwork Party, talked about. Um, but especially, although all the things that Tony brought up this afternoon in terms of when documentation was signed, and I mean
Hmm.
the paperwork that was filed prior to her even being in the ground.
But
That's
Auntie Mickey.
diabolical. Yes.
You
Auntie
don't think
Mickey?
she's very I'm gonna give my input. Now I have kids her age, right?
Hmm.
And I really I'm giving my input because one thing about it, Quiet Storm never disrespected her.
Nope.
Never. Never called her out her name. And when I seen that live she did, she was
Yeah, but she didn't go.
she
She didn't go after Quiet Storm. She went
No,
after.
she was
She
going
went
after
after
paperwork.
Paperwork
She
Party.
didn't just only go after no. She didn't just only go out. No, did you hear
But
what she said about Quiet Storm?
she was talking general as well.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I
she
agree.
she she once she spoke on his past. She said it in that way. I
Oh,
heard her.
wait a minute, Joe. Listen, Priceless D's. She went live again today. Diamond's son is in the hospital.
Oh, okay.
I'm so
But
sorry to hear that.
Why? Cause she didn't feed him after she did that crazy live.
yeah, but anyway, she did speak on
You
Quiet
gonna make
Storm.
me laugh? Okay,
She
stop.
did speak on Quiet Storm, and
Yes,
I
she
didn't
did.
understand that. I didn't
Well, this
understand
this
that.
was y'all
She
have
went
to.
to his past. She had jokes about it, and
Yeah,
then
She
but
sure
but
she
did.
was
but y'all
calling
y'all have
people.
to y'all
She was
have to
calling people
realize
bees,
this woman's mother just passed away.
but
Now,
you can't come out
hear
and
me
just
out.
disrespect the people.
Hear me out.
You
Hear
can't.
me out. Hear me out. The things that has been done, and I'm not talking about Storm. I'm not talking about Tony. I'm talking about the others. The
Hmm.
things that has been done have been a little over the line when it comes to trying to get them on to speak about it. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now they've had Sheila, they've had what's her Dante,
Yes.
they had
Mm-hmm.
the
CJ.
hairstylist. No, the hairstylist. They've talked to a lot of people. Now trying to bait to get Diamond on is not right. And that's why she came over to Storm's channel, because Storm hadn't done, I mean, Tony hadn't done her like that. And that's
Mm-hmm.
why she had a real conversation with him. She
Mm-hmm.
didn't disrespect him. She didn't talk crazy to him. They had a real conversation. And
Not
he
a
respected, wait a minute, he respected her enough to say, Diamond, I understand what you're saying, but listen to what I'm saying. Diamond is 40 something years old. She's not going to listen to a rank stranger. As many as people she had around her mama that were snakes. You're
Mm-hmm.
not going to, even though he's making plenty of sense, she's not listening to his sense. She's listening to what's in the house. So
Mm-hmm.
she's trusting what is already there, because everything else around her, her mama in her life, has been just a whole disaster. You know,
Mm-hmm.
you have to look at it from a kid's point of view, her being with her grandmother, because her mother decided to have a career on the road. So
Mm-hmm.
that mother and daughter bond is broken because her mother wasn't there.
Mm-hmm.
Now that she's, you know, probably there a little bit more, she wants to buy Diamond's love. And Diamond is not looking for her mama to buy her love. She's looking for her mama that wasn't there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So now she's got an issue with her mother. A girl and her mother and their mother, that's a girl's best friend, the first best friend.
Mm-hmm.
And when they don't have that mother there for them, it's kind of hard. Even though you may have your grandmother or somebody else there with you, is nothing like a mother's love.
That's true.
And
but
That's
Faith.
very
so
true.
you have to look at it from a different, have to look at it from a different lens. And so
Mm-hmm.
her mother did not get along. Regardless, they did not get along. Angie couldn't tell that girl that the son was yellow.
But Faith, she
She
came
would,
in the chat disrespectful. I hate to
she
cut
did
you off.
what?
She came when she first came to Quiet Storm channel. She was in the chat disrespectful. She
But
came in the
that's the chat. When
no,
she got up and spoke
but
to Storm,
she was still referring to him. She still
no, when she,
but
but when
no no
she
no.
got
I'm
up
telling
and
you,
spoke to him,
I was watching the chat. She came in so disrespectful. As she came in disrespectful, and then
you,
she
but
went
you
and
have
talked
to
to him.
understand that she probably hadn't been listening to Storm.
Yes, she
Been
had been
listening to
listening.
other,
Yes,
she
yeah.
been
No,
listening to
she
other
been listening.
YouTube
She
content
been
creators.
listening. No faith.
But what,
But
let
she
me,
put in
to
the
be
chat.
fair,
Nikki. Hello.
mm-hmm,
Hello.
Yes,
Yes.
Hello. I
yes.
hardly
Yes.
ever talk, but I do sit back and listen.
Mm-hmm.
mm-hmm,
It's not what you do, it's how you
How you
do it.
do it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
that is
She was,
true.
and I'm gonna say when she did get up there with Tony the first time, she was rude. And she
Mm-hmm.
was rude with PW, Mr. PW.
Mm-hmm.
She
He
didn't get
he
on his
might have done some
platform.
stuff. Excuse, no, she wasn't, but she
She was
spoke of
rude
him
in
this
the chat before
morning.
she got up there.
She she spoke of him. She did a little podcast whatever with him, baby, eating his dust yesterday.
No, no, we were talking about before when she got on
But she was rude
No,
Storm's
in the chat,
podcast.
I'm
I was watching
saying
the chat.
that,
She
but
was
she
calling
was
him
rude at first.
MFers,
I agree with Chi-Town.
MFer,
and and
MFer.
then
The
I'm
word
saying, Miss
MFer was used in the chat.
Mickey was saying something about how was she on her little segment this morning.
And
She
see,
was
Mickey wasn't there
horrible
yet.
to Mr.
Mine yet.
Paperwork.
But yeah, we're
It was
on the outside.
horrible.
We're on the outside looking in.
But
So we
still,
are
Very
soon
true.
as
looking.
she came, well, I'm not finna the
I'm not
overall
gonna. It's
standard
not what
for
you
no
do. It's how you do it
40-year-old woman.
and
That
how
is
you're
true. But this
raised.
this woman just lost
Also,
her mom. This
Mhm.
right.
and
So there's
Okay,
a
hold,
she
different way
just
hold
she
on,
should
saying
be
that.
carrying
But
hold on.
herself.
you
Okay,
can't
hold on,
It's
call
a
her
you
different way
name
guys.
and
she should be
disrespect.
carrying
Stop.
herself.
Okay, stop, you guys.
I
Stop,
got
because
something
we
to
Yeah.
don't
say.
we don't want to have the back and forth. Okay, everybody can
mm,
say what they got to say without talking
Right
over
now,
each
Oh,
other.
that's why
right.
Okay.
This is
Hold up.
my.
I
That
kept
was just
trying to.
my opinion, and I
I was
wanted
trying
to
to
just
Mhm.
tell
mention.
Faith. I don't know if she's seen that part that she
Can
I
I
had
get
put
in
did.
there?
some in the chat. She had been
Yeah,
clear.
go ahead,
She
Charles.
made
Let Charles speak. What
she
what'd you
made
Yeah,
say,
that
Charles?
clear.
I'm sorry,
She
Charles.
Okay,
made that
okay.
clear.
I
Okay,
was listening.
Charles.
Can you hold up? Can you slow down now? Okay, I'm listening to Faith,
Oh,
right?
who you
And I
talking
agree.
to, Charles? I said okay, Charles.
Okay,
Mm,
my apology. What up? All right, I was
Here we
listening to
go.
Faith.
Time to go.
Okay, I've been watching this from the beginning to the end. I'm talking about from March 1st until now. Everybody's
mm-hmm,
platform, paperwork, so and so. Okay, now if I would put myself in Diamond's shoes,
mm,
everybody
Hmm.
don't react the same way.
mm-mm,
Amen.
Period. I mean, don't nobody act the same way. Put yourself in her shoes. If this was on,
True.
she was on the other foot.
that's
Hmm.
right.
Now, Diamond ain't stupid, right? She
Mm-mm.
A long
reacted.
way from
She
it.
she went to. She did that live to address paperwork, just like
Mm-hmm,
Yes.
Tony. Just like Tony when he addressed Nagy today. Enough is
Yes.
enough. You gotta address certain situations. Now,
mm-hmm.
paperwork did that to get views. It was about getting her on his platform to get money. That
That's
was
right.
all that was about with paperwork.
Yep.
Plain as that. And I watched the live. Okay, if she went in the chat when she first came to Tony's platform and was in the chat going off. I mean, that's
Mm-hmm,
what she was at. But I
mm-hmm.
watched the whole chat, them one on one. She did not disrespect him at all.
Well, she
I
sure
watched it
didn't.
from. She didn't at all. So
Mm-mm,
I listened to Diamond, and she had
yep.
to address that guy. You can't fault her. Her mother died, man. We don't
Hmm.
know. We just
Yep.
speculating. We just going by the visual
And you know
of
what,
what she's talking
Charles?
about.
I agree with you. And as a matter of fact, Priceless Des said, I think it was cool until they started accusing her of offing her
Right.
mom. Now
Mm-hmm.
that's enough to make anybody go off. And I would
Yes.
definitely agree with
Even
that.
less than
But
that.
before you
They
guys
did
go on,
stuff that was
let me
Mm-hmm.
acknowledge this real quick and then you can finish. Keep that thought. I have Crystal, thank you for the $5 super chat. I appreciate it. Says it takes a village to raise children. Our
Mm-hmm.
culture at times is that grandparents raise their children's children. Nothing new. Amen, because I was raised by mine. Okay, go
Mm-hmm.
ahead. Go ahead,
okay. Okay.
Charles.
For instance, and I'm gonna stop after this.
Hmm.
Diamond never said nothing through that whole investigation. At the beginning, when they was saying all kinds of stuff, Diamond
Hmm.
was quiet. It wasn't until they start attacking her and saying things that she just couldn't, she had to speak up.
Hmm.
I don't think nobody heard her say anything through that whole debate. In the first 3 weeks, when they were talking about they dragged, and all of the, she never said anything.
Hmm.
Mm-mm. And
It's a
he
time,
first did it with $100. This is where he began it at with $100, and because she wouldn't come on the platform, he talking about she drank it and drugged it up.
Hmm.
That's where he
Yeah.
started it, and he shouldn't
Statements
have
like
done that.
that. Yeah,
but
statements
people
like
Yeah,
do
that
that
can.
in film. They do that after death. That's what they do.
yeah,
I know I did.
exactly. Phew. Okay.
Essence of Success Network, thank you for the $50
and,
um, donation. I really appreciate you and welcome to the channel, sweetheart. Thank you.
and with
Okay, I'm sorry.
Storm, with Tony, I do
Hmm.
have to say this. He's sincere and he's trying to talk to Diamond so he can reach out to Diamond and tell Diamond listen to us.
Hmm.
But
He the
because
only one.
everybody, huh?
He's the only one.
He's the only one.
Hmm.
Even that Stone guy that Angie knew,
Hmm.
he went left on her. But this is
Hmm.
the whole thing. They dirty Storm's name so Diamond wouldn't listen to him. And
Hmm.
then Diamond end up going on his platform because she saw what they were doing. And that's why she went and talked to him.
Mm-hmm.
She's listening to to Tony. She's
Mm-hmm.
listening to him. And
Right.
it's going to register to her because he's talking to her enough to where she can sit back and observe because he's
Right.
putting it to her to teach her, not taunting her with it. You get what I'm
Exactly. And you know
saying?
what? Absolutely. And let me add this. I have yet to hear Tony attack her physical
Nope.
presence, her
Nope.
He haven't attacked her at all.
anything that she may
At
do.
all.
I heard so many nasty things said about her appearance
Hmm.
and things. None of that was necessary at all.
None
It
of it.
wasn't necessary.
And
And to
then
get a point
and you
across
see the
without doing all that.
reaction, right?
Yeah.
And you see her reaction.
Hmm.
You
Yep.
can look at it and tell her reaction with Tony and reaction with them other guys. It's totally
Right.
Yep.
different. Totally
And
different.
she did not go after Quiet Storm. She went after everybody else, but she
Hmm.
did make an indication that these people are coming after her
Right.
to
Hmm.
tell her about her mama. She don't know these people from Timbuktu. Why should
Right.
she listen to them?
Hmm.
Exactly. Exactly.
It's
Smart. She
basically
sees
what
them.
she's saying.
She's smart. She's very smart.
She's
Hmm.
very smart, but let Tony continue to do what he's doing because he's putting that in her head. He's putting that thought in her mind so she can understand
Hmm.
what he's saying. That paperwork
Hmm.
that came out yesterday with paperwork, and then that paperwork that came out today with Tony,
Hmm.
Diamond can put that stuff together and she
Hmm.
can
But you,
start listening to it and put it together for herself and then watch them people around her and know that they are
yeah. But
snakes.
I'm gonna say
Because
something. Go
okay,
ahead. Go ahead.
that document,
Paperwork.
that document
Paperwork is.
about that attorney,
Go ahead.
that
Go
document
ahead.
about that attorney,
Uh-huh.
do you know that is the attorney that she's dealing with?
Mm.
I believe that attorney is having her to come on to talk because he didn't got outed out. And they going
Right.
hard on paperwork because paperwork is the one that brought it to the forefront.
Hmm.
Right.
How you gonna dismiss that Bruno Mars? That's her money. That's
Hmm.
where all her big royalties are at.
Right. Right.
How you
But
gonna
check
dismiss
this
that
out.
case?
Check this out. Now, paperwork. I'm gonna tell you something. And I don't know, but only reason why I watch him just to see his reaction to stuff. Now, he's doing way too much. I don't know if y'all
Way
seen
too
when
much.
he had the butterfly, had the butterfly outside calling the butterfly Angie, had the dog picking up the butterfly and talking about Angie be back tomorrow. Ask Angie to lost a wing. It was crazy.
Hmm.
You see that, Auntie?
Yeah, so
Well,
paperwork. Hold on,
sometime
hold
when
on.
you go on the spiritual side, it might seem crazy to a lot of people.
Hold on
Yeah,
just a
but
But
second.
okay,
Paperwork Party says, damn, Auntie Mickey, are you allowing Faith and Charles to attack me on your platform when Diamond
oh
threatened
God,
my
I'm
life?
out
I
of
can't
here.
believe you are allowing these people to
He ain't
attack
threatening
me.
her life.
This
we're
looks
not
like a
attacking
hit
you.
doc. Sweetheart, nobody's attacking you. I've
No,
got people here just voicing their
mm-mm.
opinion. Nobody's
No.
attacking you. Now,
Can I
everybody's,
address that, Auntie Mickey?
yeah, go right
Because
ahead.
I want him to understand. I'm not attacking you at all. I think you're doing a wonderful job. I think
Hmm.
a lot of times doing this is you got a lot and you getting so many downloads that you're just everywhere with it, but you're getting all the right information. But the way that you bring it sometimes is not appropriate because you didn't take time because you just going off the top of your head and not thinking about what you're saying.
Hmm.
But other than that, what you're doing, everything that you have done, you and Storm together and Stone Paxton because he came out with the first names to start the search.
Hmm.
Y'all have done a tremendous job. So no, I'm
Absolutely.
not downing you, and I would
Hmm.
never down you because I appreciate you as a black man helping this black woman that's not your family member. You didn't even know her. That she was put in your spirit So you're doing the work of the creator had you to do. So no, I'm not attacking you and I will not
Mm-hmm.
attack you. It's
And can
just
I,
I'm an
let me,
okay. I'm not attacking
before,
you. I'm not attacking you
okay,
either.
go ahead, Charles. You go ahead and speak because I got to say
Okay,
something.
I'm not attacking you either. But it's got to be a way that you can talk to her in a better manner. You know, she's a human being. She's Angie Stone's daughter. You love Angie and you here for Angie. You know, give her a little respect.
yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Charles. Now, paperwork, let me just say this. You have a tendency, sweetheart, of going a bit overboard when it comes down to what you say you're playing with people because you've done it to me. Okay. I
Exactly.
didn't make that video uh, in response to what you said about me just because I felt like making a video. You said, I don't know shit about Angie. You said, I don't know shit about Angie. First of all, you don't know me. You don't know what I know. And I try to carry myself to a certain degree with a little bit of more class than some. I don't go around attacking people. I don't make fun of people. I don't tell people what they do or do not know. And I definitely don't go around talking about their mouth not having teeth in it and this, that, and the third. Whatever you say about people comes back on you. And I'm just telling you from my standpoint, even though you've come here with a $50 super chat, I appreciate it. But to turn around, because you've done this before, you drop some money in the super chat and we think, oh, that's very nice of him. And then we come back onto your platform and you talking shit about me again. And then you say you're playing. I don't know if you're playing or not. But let me just say this, it's all about the delivery. And I understand that you were probably upset with what she said, just as well as she was probably upset about what you said. So I'm not encouraging anybody to attack you. This platform, I allow people to voice their opinion. I'm not telling people what they can or can't say. And I'm not kicking nobody out just because they may have a disagreement with somebody else. As long as people are respectful up in here and voice their opinion, they can agree to disagree. But I'm just saying what I'm saying in terms of your delivery, sir. Sometimes you go a little bit over the top in what you say about people because you've done it to me. Okay. That's why I came into your chat the other night when you accused me of trying to take credit for Quiet Storm opening his own channel. I never, not one time, did I ever claim to be the first person or the last person for that matter to tell him to get his own channel. I told him that the first day he showed up in my chat. These are things that people had said to him prior to coming to my chat. So I only emphasize what you and other people have already said, but to make it appear as though I'm trying to take credit for something that I didn't do was defamatory. I mean, it was a way of saying that I was being dishonest, that I was trying to take credit for something that I didn't do. And I take that seriously, whether you're playing or not. So all I'm saying is that nobody's trying to attack you. But when people do disagree with you, you feel that as a form of an attack. How do you think people feel when you attack them, if that's the case? If you say something about someone that they may not agree with you and they speak out about it, does that mean that they're attacking you? Because if that's the case, then you're attacking other people by doing the same thing, tit for tat. So I'm letting you know, I'm not allowing nobody to attack you. Okay. Nobody's attacking you. And this isn't a hit job. Okay. It's not that. These are people that are voicing their opinion, and I'm giving them the platform to do so. And because this is my channel, I am also giving you my opinion as well. When you on your platform, you say what you want to say. God bless you to it. That doesn't necessarily mean that people have to agree with it. And that's all I'm going to say on that. But again, thank you for the $50 super chat. I really appreciate it. And I appreciate the work that you're doing, both you and Tony. You guys are doing a beautiful, beautiful job in getting down
Magnificent.
to this is your best work yet.
Yes.
Let me say
Yes.
that.
I
Now,
will
when you want to
agree.
say it, when you want to tell the tale on your platform, tell them that I told you that this is your best work yet. Don't just focus on the negative or what you can pull out of any conversation with me as being negative. Don't necessarily pull that. Tell that part that I commended you because you are doing the best work you have done yet. I applaud you for it, sir.
And please
I'm
don't
done.
And
take
let
this
and,
personal.
and let God continue to use you, and know that God is not the author of confusion. You allow man to take over and destroy things that God has, for you to do.
Mm-hmm.
Now we all have to watch our egos, because egos get in the way, and the egos is the evil thing that we have to fight against. And that's all of us. Allow God to use you and not the devil. Because when God uses you, it won't be no fighting. It is going to be indecent, and it's going to be in order.
Mm-hmm. Can
But
I
when
And
you
say
please don't
start
take
putting
it
one
self,
personal.
thing? I
hmm
wanna invite Paperwork to come up on the platform. This is only
mm,
fair. If you'd like to come
yes,
up to the platform, sir, and speak your piece, I'm gonna drop the link in the chat and invite you here to say what you've got to say. Because this ain't no one-sided conversation. Okay, Paperwork. I have put the link in the chat. And if you want to come up, you are free to do so. Did it pop up?
yep, it's there.
Okay. Okay. StreamYard be tripping sometime.
Yeah, and that's another thing that I was talking about with Tony today.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of we tend to do that because we get um so caught up in what we're doing. You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? We know that we're doing the right thing, but we have to also remember to allow God to keep us and lead us, and don't let us lead it, because when we step in and take
Mm-hmm.
over, we're
Yeah.
going to destroy everything.
Right.
That's like the
Right.
money grab thing. These content creators, and this is nothing to you, Auntie Mickey, because I saw I see what you do, and I love the way you do it, because where your gifts are coming from, and you
Mm-hmm.
don't have to beg nobody to get it. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But if God has you to do this, no, God is going to make sure that you're covered,
Right.
and that you're going to have, and that you don't have to beg to get it. But
Mm-hmm.
it seems like these content creators, they get a lot of these people in their subscribers, and then they go to start selling memberships.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if everybody can't afford to pay for memberships on all the channels that they look at.
Mm-hmm.
So, because we have subscribed, we have liked, we have been faithful,
Mm-hmm.
we have, had people come to different channels or whatever, and they're getting a YouTube check. They're gonna get that YouTube check,
Mm-hmm.
okay, because they have all these subscribers. But then it's like the church. Now you're gonna make me buy the membership.
Hmm.
Well, you're going to lose a lot of members. You know why? Because you're forcing me to do something that I probably can't do.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's like greed is taking over. You're already getting paid. Why are you trying to get for $5.99, $12.99? I've
I
seen
get you.
some. That's crazy.
I get you.
And
I
it's
get
like
you.
you can't do the people like that, but they'll learn.
Mm-hmm.
They'll learn, because they're gonna
That's
lose
right.
all of those subscriptions. They're not gonna have any memberships, and then they're gonna be mad, talking about YouTube messed me up. No, you messed YouTube up because you was being greedy
Mm-hmm.
instead of just keeping it. like it is, gaining more subscribers. The more subscribers you
Mm-hmm.
gain, the more you're gonna get paid. And if you keep a
Mm-hmm.
certain number, you're going to get money. I know somebody making 10 G's off of YouTube every month.
Mm-hmm. Or
Every
more.
month.
Or more. I mean,
or
it's a
more,
very
much more than that.
lucrative business. It's a very
But
lucrative business.
and this is without her selling her merch. This
Yeah.
is just for the content
Mm-hmm.
that she gives.
Mm-hmm.
And she's making money off of that. Of course, she has another job. This is a second job for her.
Mm-hmm.
So if she's making 10 grand a month, a second job,
Hmm.
you don't have to be greedy. And if
Yeah.
you doing it for what you say you doing it for, because
Mm-hmm.
now it seems like it's not about Angie now. It seems like it's a money grab now.
Right. Right.
Because the way that he
Yeah.
did Diamond, that was
Hmm.
not cool at all. And
But
like
they
I said, he has done a great job in getting, but you have to understand that young lady has lost her rock. Even though they didn't get along, that is still her mother.
but
Right. And the
Faith,
That
simple.
is who
everybody
she
don't get
went
paid the
to
same amount.
huh?
Everybody don't even get paid. I done heard some content creators, they barely make anything.
Oh well,
Like
Huh.
that's
everybody
another
don't even
story. But that
Huh.
if you have enough,
they all don't get paid the same. They
but,
Hmm.
well, no,
they
they don't get paid the same
yeah.
because they don't have as many subscribers and have many.
It's not no. It's not
It's
No,
the
no,
views.
let me.
subscribers.
You
It's
have to
not.
have the
I'm a content
views.
creator. I'm a
You
content,
have to have the
and
views, ma'am.
no, I'm just saying because I just want to debunk that because
You can't debunk it
yes I can
because I didn't
because
say every YouTube. I did not say every
but
YouTube person.
you can't relate everybody pay
I
the
did
same
not.
because
You
one
did.
person get
Okay. Okay.
no
Okay, you guys.
10,000. That
Okay.
don't mean everybody else. Some people only get
I
some
didn't say
penny
that. You
pennies.
said that.
Right, Auntie Nikki. It's
Okay.
some people getting penny pennies.
There's let me just throw this in here. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And that's going to end this conversation once I say what
Thank
I
you.
say. When in order to get paid by YouTube, first of all, you have to have 1,000 subscribers in order to get monetized, I should say.
Mm-hmm.
And when I say monetize, there's two levels of monetization with YouTube. There's being able to, uh, I believe it's to receive super chats, if I'm not mistaken. But there's one level that you have to have 3,000 watch hours and 1,000 subscribers. Full
Mm-hmm.
monetization is 4,000 watch hours and 1,000
Mm-hmm.
subscribers. And with that said, you can start getting paid for the ads that are showing up on your videos and live
Mm-hmm.
streams and whatnot. The money comes in when you do have more viewers watching your content,
Mm-hmm.
and it doesn't necessarily mean subscribers. It
Right.
Because you can get paid off of people off the street that haven't ever subscribed but are continually coming back and coming back and coming
And
back to
view your
watch
channel.
you. Okay,
Yes.
so that's how YouTube decides how to pay you as far
Yes.
as that YouTube check. Now, you can also add the super chats and
Mm-hmm.
the super stickers, all that stuff. Um, those are included in
Mm-hmm.
your YouTube money, but YouTube takes a percentage of those.
Right.
Okay,
Mm-hmm.
that's the reason why a lot of people put
Mm-hmm.
Cash App, Apple Pay,
Yeah.
and outside like PayPal, they put those
Mm-hmm.
on their page so YouTube can't touch that money.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we can't even factor that money into that YouTube check. But the more views that you get, the more money and ads run on your
Mm-hmm.
YouTube page, or not page, but each YouTube live stream video, even shorts. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
it's the AdSense, but the money builds up as more viewers
Right.
are
Yes.
involved. It's not
Yes.
necessarily about subscribers
You're
because you
right.
can
You're
have
right, Auntie. Yeah.
2,000
Right.
subscribers and only 50 of those subscribers are, I mean, bona fide people
Constantly
that come
watch
back.
you.
And
Yes,
that's
and the
what
Yeah.
I was
rest
saying.
The rest of them can be, because I mean, I look at my
Mm-hmm.
analytics, and the majority of the people that watch me are unsubscribed people.
Right.
Mm-hmm. That's why I'm
So,
saying it's not
And
about the subscribers.
you know why that is, Auntie?
why is that?
Because they don't want to be bound to
Correct.
um
They don't want to be bound
subscribing.
to
Right.
subscribing, and a
But
lot of people don't want to be members because they don't want to be bound to that monthly fee.
but you know what, when they start watching you and start liking your content, then they will subscribe, and then
Hmm.
and then they'll put that notification bell to see you all the time,
Hmm.
because they know that you are, you know, a good content creator, and they like what you have to put out there. They like the content, and so they
Hmm.
will come, they will have other people, they'll share your page,
Hmm.
and then you'll
Right.
pick up somebody else, and then somebody else will pick up somebody else. It's like a pyramid.
Right.
That's what it's designed
Right.
like. But
And
Right.
and that's what I was trying to
Hmm.
explain. You don't
Uh-huh.
know, everybody is not going to make the same amount. It's just the
Right.
work that's put into it, and if they like you, you know what I mean. But
Yeah.
and that's just like anything you do. But
Hmm.
but you
they're
did
getting,
speak on about the subscribers. The amount of subscribers, and it's not about the subscribers.
well,
You can have
I
millions of
misspoke, because
subscribers.
I
Yeah,
add the
and
subscribers and
millions.
the viewers.
Yeah, but
Hmm.
no, it's
Yeah,
not about the subscribers. You can have a
it's about the
million. You can have
views.
a million subscribers, and you don't get money because of about all the subscribers you have.
Hmm.
Yeah, you right, Auntie Mickey. It's
Correct.
not about, yeah.
It's not
That's
about
what
the
Yeah.
I was
subscribers.
thinking.
The
Well,
only
Yeah,
thing
yeah,
about
and I'm,
subscribers is the eligibility. You have to have so many
right,
subscribers to be
yeah, to
able to
get the
go.
monetization.
Yeah. Yeah.
right.
Right. Well,
That's all it
and
is.
not, and to get back on the Angie Stone subject,
Yes. Thank
you
you.
know, I just, no, and
Yeah.
I thank you for breaking it down, because I didn't want Shatan to think that I was, you know, uh saying anything about you know, they making the same amount of money. I know they're
Hmm.
not making the same amount of money. A
Hmm.
lot of people haven't been on long enough. But
Hmm.
Quiet Storm or Tony,
Yeah.
what he's doing, he's probably breaking records right now.
I think
But
so because he was
but
not on his own channel before.
but you know why he's breaking records? Because of the name Angie Stone, and he's doing the work. He's doing a good job. He's
Yes.
It's
not being
investigation.
combative. Yeah,
It's
Yes.
he's doing
investigation
real investigative work,
Yeah.
and he's
and real
not
paperwork and
Yes.
in
paperwork.
real paperwork, and he's not coming after the kids. Now he's
Yeah, I
going
don't
after
believe it. I can't.
Dante.
Yeah, what he
Huh?
doing is amazing. I ain't never seen nothing like that in my
Yes,
life.
Yeah.
yes. You know
And
And
that's
why?
he's
why the
not a
Yeah.
content
police.
came from him.
You know
That's
why?
what I'm
You
saying.
know why he's doing it? Because he is a trained bounty hunter. He's
Exactly.
trained
Exactly.
law enforcement. He knows
Exactly.
what to look for. Those credentials he got on that screen, they can't get that stuff. You have
Hmm.
to be, you have to have a security clearance to get
Hmm.
what he's doing. I bet you paperwork don't have that.
I
I
believe
bet you he don't
paperwork.
have that.
I believe paperwork is fully capable of doing the same.
He been getting some.
No,
He been
he's
getting
getting court
documents too, but
documents. Yeah, he's
Hmm.
getting court documents, but I
He
don't
ain't
think
getting
he's
nothing nowhere. As far as them
he that
royalties
thank you.
and digging deep into them royalties,
Thank
Hmm.
you.
Tony got that
Hmm.
hands down.
yeah,
And you
that's cool.
I know what
But
he's
y'all,
got,
but listen,
because
Faith,
see, I had
listen,
those
Faith,
credentials.
Faith,
Hmm.
listen. But y'all remember Quiet Storm said this is his era, and this and basically in this department,
Hmm.
because
Yeah.
he getting all what was, and then remember he said they all got different. Remember he said that they all
Hmm.
got different eras in it.
Right.
They
He
do,
got a
and that's
different
what's
era
making
in
it
that.
work, because they putting
Right,
all
Exactly.
of their expertise together, and
right,
Just
they
like
did
he
not need
said.
to be
right.
on
He
the
did
same
say that.
channel
Right.
together.
He
Right.
said they
Just
all got they different,
Yep,
right?
you're
right.
right.
But they all
He
have
said,
the same
yeah,
goal. They all
yeah.
have the
Yes,
They
same
all
goal.
had the same
yes.
goal,
Paperwork
but
is the boots on the ground, so to speak.
yeah,
He's that mad dog that go in there
He
when
is the boots
oh,
on the ground.
he is the serious boots on the ground that go in
That's
there and
right.
get the job done on the ground.
It's
Where
like good cop, bad cop, and
exactly.
And you know what?
uh,
You know what's you
paperwork.
know what's
it's
He
like they
ain't got
need each other.
he ain't gonna sugarcoat it. He ain't gonna
No.
pity you. He ain't no pity party when it comes to him.
But
because
you know what's
he
funny?
don't care.
You know what's
What's
funny?
that?
Paperwork had Paperwork had a dude out there in the grass picking up.
Hmm.
That was
Yeah.
crazy. And go
It
to
was crazy, but it
the
was
tomb.
necessary, Charles.
It
It
was
was
Yeah. No, no, no,
necessary.
necessary.
no, no. I'm saying this. No, I'm saying this in a good way.
Right
I
there,
Yeah.
know.
I mean,
Jack.
We
that was
know. We
real
know.
nut. I'm like, damn. Then he had the guy go to the towing thing and go in there.
Yeah.
Who does that?
Yeah. You know why? That's because some people you can get them with sugar, but some people
Uh-huh.
don't give a damn about your sugar. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? So you got
Right.
to put those tactics, and they have different tactics to
Mm-hmm.
come together, and that's why they were chosen for this assignment. And they
Right.
was not supposed to all be on the same platform together because they wouldn't have been able to work because they wouldn't have had their own separate thing going on. Everything would have just bunched together. And
Uh-huh.
that's how it was able to work the way that it was. Everything
Right.
happens for a reason.
Absolutely. Because
Everything.
there was information that paperwork was able to get a hold to that
Mm-hmm.
Tony would not have been able to get what he got
Mm-mm.
unless
Yep.
Right,
paperwork did that.
Yes,
right.
exactly. And that
And
paperwork,
paperwork.
that information that paperwork had yesterday
Yes.
about that attorney dismissing that that royalty for Bruno Mars,
Mm-hmm.
that
Mm-hmm.
paperwork right there,
Mm-hmm.
Tony wouldn't have got that.
Hey, Faith, can you do me a big favor? Can you
Hmm.
turn your volume down just a tiny bit? Because
Oh, I'm
people
sorry.
in the chat,
Maybe
no, that's okay. People are
Yeah,
saying it's
because
a bit
everybody's
loud.
saying you loud, and I say,
I'm
wow.
sorry. I think I don't know. Sometimes my phone is low. Sometimes it's high. I don't know. I put the earpiece in.
Hmm.
It don't work. I take it out. I don't know.
And Chi-Town, you could turn up a tad bit yourself.
Now, I need to
Okay.
probably stay where
I'm just
I'm.
trying to be fair and
I might
balanced.
need to stay where I'm
Okay.
at.
So hold
Okay,
on. Hold
go
on.
right ahead,
And
sweetheart.
I might need to stay where I'm at. But yeah,
Okay. Can What about now?
I hear you
Am I
fine, but
they,
still
it's
they,
okay?
Chi-Town. We
they,
can't hear that well.
Okay.
Yeah,
yeah,
we
they
can
are.
hardly hear Chi-Town.
Yeah, I can't hear her either.
I'm sorry.
So
I'm
so
declining.
Auntie Mickey, did you see that thing where paperwork had about those royalties with that attorney,
No,
the
no,
wings
I didn't
man?
see that. No, I didn't see that part. No.
So
Tell me about it. What happened, hun?
so he showed where the Bruno Mars song.
Uh huh. Uh huh.
He showed where that attorney dismissed them the um what is the name of that company, the company that publishes Bruno Mars.
UMG. UMG. Is it
No, it was
UMG?
a no, it was another company. You know who Angie and Blondie took to court?
Oh
Do you
God.
know who they took to court for the Bruno Mars?
I
And
don't remember
they
the name. I saw a video of those two
okay, well, they were going to court
being
trying to
interviewed
get the
about that.
royalties,
Uh huh.
and they couldn't get the royalties. They had to bring it up
Mhm.
um again. They
Mhm.
dismissed it without prejudice.
Okay.
Well, come to find out, the Wings man, her attorney,
Mhm. Mhm.
then dismissed them where they can't bring it back up, and that is where her royalties are. But that
Is that the
paperwork,
Joker? Is that the Joker that came out a couple of hours after Angie passed and had this smile on his face, and he had on a T-shirt with
with
Angie's
her with her
face on
face
it?
on it.
How
Yes.
he get that T-shirt so soon?
Well,
That
he did it days later. It wasn't the same day. It
oh,
was supposed
okay.
to have
I
been
was under
days
the
later.
impression that that video came out just a couple hours
And
after
see,
she
and
passed.
the way the paperwork brought it out, it seemed like it was the same day, but it
Okay,
wasn't
because
the same day. It
man,
was like 3 days later or
I
so.
was going off about that part. I was like, "How
Yeah,
dare you? How dare you?" A couple of hours later, you coming out saying, I'm Angie Stone's attorney,"
yeah.
and
But
wearing that T-shirt.
what he did, he just he dismissed the case against the people that were supposed to pay her her royalties. And paperwork said he spent $75 in a bunch of paperwork. And that just so happened to be in that paperwork. That wasn't something that he was going to look for.
Mm-hmm.
And he put it up on the screen.
Wow.
And I
missed
said,
that one. I missed that one.
and this, but this is the entertainment lawyer that a lot of them had. I think Tracy Braxton, the Braxtons have them as their attorney.
Oh, Jesus.
This and I'm like, wow. And I'm like, is this stuff really true
But
that's
you know
going
what?
on?
It makes me so glad I didn't go off into the entertainment business. It
I
really
just
Hey,
can't
Faith,
believe it.
hey, Faith, did you see when he was laughing? The attorney,
Yep.
Yes.
I seen
he was
that.
laughing.
All right, Shy
Yeah,
Town is there.
and that's what paperwork. He kept replaying it and showing that he was laughing because
Yeah.
what kind of looks like what it is like he went and they bought him out.
Mm.
He probably didn't got paid behind it, but Angie wasn't getting paid.
Hold on just a second. Somebody told me to where is that? Prophetic Proverbs. You said check my email. Which email address did you send that to, sweetheart? Was it my Hotmail account? If it was, just put a yes in the chat. Let's go slots. By the way, Auntie, we both have the same birthday. We don't do this for the money. All love. Amen. I'm telling you.
See, because you already know yours is gonna come too. Do you beg for
That's right.
anything, Auntie?
Nope.
You
I
don't
will
have
not.
to.
I will
You
not.
don't have to, and you don't have to hustle people. That's
Nope.
just like the churches.
Yep.
That's why people, kind of shy away from the churches because they see what it's about. It's
Yeah, and you know what? You said that to a pastor's wife, by the way, and I have to
I
agree with
know.
you 100%.
I
I see
look.
it all the
I
time.
know.
And I'm telling you the truth, it is so prevalent in the church,
Hmm.
especially in the black church. Yes, I said it, and I'm not taking it back. We
You
have been
can't
pimping our own people for so long that it becomes
with
second nature, and
everything.
it's a damn shame.
A damn shame. You know what? I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna just jump back on Angie Stone, but I have to say this.
Mm-hmm.
Why is it all the black millionaires,
Hmm.
all the money that we have in our community, why
Hmm.
is it that we don't own nothing?
Nerfing.
Nothing. Why?
And then when they try to own something, then they get hit with some kind of a SA suit
You
or
know why?
because they don't want them to
Because
own
they
nothing.
participated in stuff they knew they wasn't supposed to
Uh-huh.
participate in, and then it
Exactly.
came back and slapped them in their face.
All upside the
See,
head.
once you compromise your integrity, then they
Mm-hmm.
got you.
Yep. And
And a
it
lot
could
of
be
them
years and years
compromise
later.
themselves just to, yeah, a lot of them
Mm-hmm.
compromise themselves just to get in the industry.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what
What's up,
happens.
Tony?
You compromise.
Hey Tony.
Hey, how you doing?
We doing just fine. How you doing, sir?
I'm disturbed.
What you disturbed about, love?
I I need to. I want everybody to look at things a little different in the way I do. Sometimes we can't look at what a person say or what a person do because those actions may be harder than what we may do. But there's a principle for everything. So let me be blunt. No two people in the world have the same style of what they'll do when it comes to research or whatever they do.
Mm-hmm.
And so you have distinctive carriage of communication that people use. And sometimes it may be insultus, sometimes it may be normal, sometimes it may be covert. But those things are done for reactions. And those reactions are set upon to see what reaction will come back to it. Once the reaction comes back to it, then you can sort of design in your thought process what is going on. Everybody might not like the delivery, but it has a purpose. Now,
okay, so what brought this on?
Well, I'm going to say, I'm listening at the conversation about paperwork, and it bothers me. And the reason it bothers me is because people are looking at things on the surface and not looking at it throughout what is being done. And when you think about what's being done, and then you see the follow-up to it, you'll see that the other side may come out with a whole new campaign that turn up answering exactly what was said from the beginning.
I agree with that. Nobody's disputing that, Tony. Yeah. But when did you come into this conversation, though?
I'm not saying anybody's disputing anything.
That's okay, but but you said that you heard what was being discussed over here about paperwork. But were you here when paperwork showed up in my chat?
No, that's not what I'm talking about. Please hear me out. That's not what I'm speaking of. What I'm speaking of.
Yeah, that's why we said good cop, bad cop. We understand exactly what you're doing.
That's exactly what we were saying. That there's two different styles, and you're going for the same thing.
Yeah, that's why we said good cop, bad cop. We understand exactly
what you're doing. Let Tony finish.
Excuse me.
Two different styles. Okay, Tony, go ahead and finish.
Same thing. Yeah, that's why we said good cop, bad cop. We understand exactly.
Let Tony finish.
Okay, Tony, go ahead and finish. Okay, I'm hearing an echo now.
Mickey, it's somebody in your chat because I don't see no mods. They got a lot to say. That what's that person name?
Okay, I don't have Nan mod in here. Factory. Jesus. Okay, let me see what I can do.
So let's deal with some things, okay? You have people saying Stone Paxton is lying. Let me clear that up. Stone Paxton ain't lying.
Excuse me, Quiet Storm. Excuse me. Auntie Mickey, I think my volume was down, but I was trying to, because I don't think you had no mods in the chat.
I don't, and I don't know where they went.
The It Factory. See, they got a lot too much to say.
Yeah.
Yeah, I deleted one comment and it seems to still be there.
Yeah, that one, the It Factory.
Yeah, I see it.
You see it? Okay, yeah. I'm sorry, Quiet Storm.
Oh, that's okay.
No, that's what ticked me off because I was seeing that.
For some reason, it's not going away. I've deleted the comment and it's not going away.
Oh, you probably got to ban them. That's probably why it's probably not.
Yeah, there you go. Once you ban them, there you go.
It's gone now.
It's gone.
Okay. Sorry.
Okay. No. That's okay. But I just want to make clear, and I want everybody to understand exactly what I'm saying. Stone Paxton did not lie about anything.
No, he didn't.
Stone Paxton put the information out, and that information led to be 10,000% correct.
Mm-hmm.
I have the paperwork to back it up.
Mm-hmm.
The coder, everything was correct. The only thing that there was a question of was about the amount of money that the coder got.
Mm-hmm.
Excuse me again. Yeah. I don't mean to cut you off again. I'm just watching the chat on my other phone. Auntie Mick, you see that Harding Cats? Because they being disrespectful to Quiet Storm.
Oh, don't worry about it. It's
But she don't want that in her chat.
I don't want it in here.
yeah.
They gone.
Okay, I'm sorry again. I'm sorry. I'm just watching the chat too.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. You know, I see now that Maggie and the people connected to her are all doing hit pieces.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So that's what it is. All they're doing is making it more popular. That's all they're doing, because they have those larger numbers, and I'm looking at them, and they can't. They're doing it. So I'm not worried about it anymore. I'm comfortable in my skin as to who I am, and I can say outside of my daughter, I have never disrespected a woman in my life.
Excuse me.
Well, this is the thing, because of your success in the YouTube circuit.
Hold on.
Diamond in the chat.
Hold on.
Okay.
We have Diamond in the chat, and I would like to offer her the opportunity to come forward to the platform. Diamond, I'm gonna put the link in the chat for you, and if you'd like to come up, you are free to speak whatever way you want to speak up here, honey. And speak your mind, love. I just ask that we be as respectful as possible. That's all I ask.
Well, I'm never going to be disrespectful to her. Not me.
Oh, I know you.
Yeah.
I know you. You don't cuss, but me and her cuss. I cuss just like she do.
But even then, I have to her cussing, but she has never cussed me out. She's never.
She hasn't.
Yeah, she's never.
She hasn't.
She's always been respectful with you.
Yeah. So I don't have any reasons to mistreat her, and I won't.
Exactly. That's exactly what we were saying.
Yeah.
In the beginning.
She just had to be respectful.
Mm-hmm.
Wait for them.
Judy.
Damn.
Yeah, that one was loud.
Two phones.
Oh goodness.
You got what? Wait a minute.
Again, Diamond, I put the link in the chat if you'd like to come up.
I'm talking my loud cat.
Okay. She says she respectfully declined.
I'll be on the panel and everything.
Okay, y'all, about the conversations in the background. Come on.
Charles, you got to mute. Mute your button, Charles.
Mute your button, man. Okay.
Yeah, there you go.
All right. Diamond respectfully declines. So I just wanted to make sure I gave her this opportunity.
So with the amount, well, first of all, let me go back to what I was saying. Different people have their ways of doing things.
Mm-hmm.
We can agree. We cannot agree. But there's a road at the end of the tunnel.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's what we have to take into consideration.
Mm-hmm.
Now, today, some things end up happening in court. Today, things end up happening in court to bring some more things to the forefront.
Mm-hmm.
And all of these things are in reference to royalties.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
To royalties.
Mm-hmm.
I cannot speak on exactly what happened to Angie Stone. What we need is an autopsy report. Once that takes place, then that may be a different story, may not be a different story. Don't know. But what is that? Is the fact that Diamond, Michael, and the grandkids are deserving of their legacy.
Mm-hmm.
The hard work that has been laid out throughout the years so that they can live comfortably for the rest of their lives. That is there. That is what they have to recover. Now, I'm not going to question what knowledge is there. I'm not going to question what representation is there. I will say it looks very, very odd, only because An attorney should have filed. An attorney, this is me speaking, an attorney should have filed for the administrator of the estate, so that anything else that attaches itself to it would be properly covered and be in position to where the estate can recover what it needs to recover, because there's a long road of recovery coming for that. They're going to be collecting money for a long time, and basically for life, because unless they just take all of Angie Stone's music off and not ever play it again, that's not going to happen. So there will always be money coming in. Who's going to collect that money? Who's going to be in contact? Who's the one in charge of collecting those royalties? Right now, there's one person that have that agreement. And I showed the documentation today. I showed the documentation. So where is that going to go? Where is that going to end up? All I care about, I don't care about these clear folks talking about what I shouldn't do. Worry about what you shouldn't do. I don't care about magic. I don't care about none of that. Because until you deal, what's the noise coming from? It's so distracting. Hello? Okay. Until you understand what it's like to have a legacy left to you, and then you have to deal with a whole lot of stuff. I've been down that road. I know how it is firsthand.
I'm still going through it after 20 years. So yeah, it's a lot.
You know, I didn't come from no poor family.
But see, Tony, that's the thing. You understand a lot of this and are able to explain it so she can pick it up. You get what I'm saying? Instead of just, because even it might not happen within a day or two, but you're planning that so she can look it up because you're giving the information. You know what I mean? So you're doing the right thing. You are doing what you're supposed to do. And just giving that information and keep giving that information. Eventually, it'll click. It'll click. We hope it's not too late, but because God is in control, we know.
Can I finish before I lose my thought? You mind, Faith?
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. And I deeply appreciate what you're saying. I just want to get I want to get this out so that they understand. When you deal with a large amount of money in a state, especially when you reside in the state of South Carolina. I can tell you about South Carolina. I can tell you about Georgia. Both of my parents passed away in South Carolina. We own much property in South Carolina. I'm only talking from firsthand experience. You're in Richland County. I dealt with it in Horry County. And then on the side of where for Georgia, you have them to deal with. So you have the property in South Carolina, you have the property in Georgia. It's a lot of elements there. And Everybody is thinking that they understand what's going on when I'm looking at the bigger picture. Angie's royalties have been stolen from her. And as they've been stolen from her, there is a point of recruitment. And at the point now of recruitment, you still have almost $10 million out there that has to be recovered just from Bruno Mars alone.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the sequence leader, member, prime writer is now not with us. So the surviving member of the sequence now has to deal with no, Diamond is not supposed to happen immediately. See, I understand you.
Mm-hmm.
It's not supposed to happen immediately. But there are things that are happened immediately that's moved too fast for this kind of money.
Yeah.
When you file at the probate court in your situation pro se without representation,
yep,
now you put yourself in a position that anybody can attach the probate. And unless you follow the filings of the court on a regular basis, you won't know what hit you until the order is sent out or the judge sends out a notice to the estate.
And that's why you need a probate attorney, not a family attorney, not a family practice attorney, a probate, somebody that specializes in it.
Well, there are a lot of family attorneys that do practice probate, and they can do both.
Okay.
The difference comes in is usually in criminal law, corporate law, and entertainment law. Those are specialized areas, and generally, and in criminal law, there's specialized areas within criminal law that takes place. Wait a minute. She says, that's incorrect. If you're speaking, though, you don't live with us and you don't have no idea what we already have in place. Okay. I'm not going to argue with you, Diamond. I'm not trying to argue with you there. If you, fine. You have things in place. Okay. I'm gonna respect that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna respect that. And I'll leave that there. I'm not assuming anything because the court records don't lie. Do you know that there was a filing on your estate today, Diamond? Do you know that there was a filing on your estate today? Okay, you say I am though. Okay. So
Quiet Storm, give her a chance to answer that other question.
No, I am. That's why I'm taking my time.
Yeah. Okay, there we go.
Okay. So why share this with YouTube instead of us directly? Okay, now you know what? That is a good question. That is a good question. And I will respect that question. So I will say this to you. If you will take my calls, which you did take my call before, and there was no negative words between me and you. I just didn't call back anymore. So I'll put that one on me. But if you'll take my call, I will be happy to share with you any and all information found So you will have that directly for yourself. And what decisions you make from that point is all yours. But at least I will be able to give you the information and you will have the information because I'm sure you don't have it. By the filings, I'm sure that. So I will respect the last phrase that I'm seeing. And that is, so why share this with YouTube instead of us directly? I will answer that question to this. To me, and I'm saying to me, it looked like the world was trying to take everything from y'all. And I needed the world to understand that I know who those individuals are. And I refuse to let them get away with it.
That's all you was trying to do, Quiet Storm.
That's it. That's it, period. That's it. So now I respect that question. I do respect that question. And I can call you.
You agree, Auntie Mickey? That's all he was trying to do, right?
Yeah.
The word.
That's basically it. That's basically it.
Trying to hide them to go about
Because it was an outrage from a lot of people, that felt that they were being taken advantage of.
Advantage of.
Yeah.
That's it. And he was picking up. They were trying to be taken advantage of. That's it.
Okay, Diamond says.
With all the footwork.
Diamond says, so if y'all believe it's foul, wait, let me stop this so I can read. She says, so
I'll put it up there. There you go.
Okay. So if y'all believe it's foul play or other entities involved, do you think online is the best place to share the info you're finding? Diamond, that's another good question. Yet I will answer from my side. With all of the wrong that was done to your mother and all of the people that were up on the high end of the food chain stealing from your mother, I could see from my standpoint, yes, that was a necessity to bring it out. However, if you're willing to accept the information and allow people to help you, then I don't see why that could not be done in private versus online, because then the world can be properly acknowledged that we now know what happened and we are ready to do something about it. And
Excuse me, Quiet Storm. Auntie Mickey, collected Tribble. I don't know what that person on in the chat, but he, whoever. You see that person? That ain't even what this about. What Quiet Storm?
I don't see this person you're talking about.
Collective, Tribble, consciousness.
I'm sorry, I don't see. How far up is that? Because I don't see that name.
Yeah, they up in there in the chat. You want me to read what they said?
I see that now.
You said
you're just saying Diamond Stone, lean on your attorneys, not YouTube. Is that what you're saying? Collective tribal consciousness. That's the only thing I see.
They still keep writing. They've been keep writing, but up here I'm finna read this. I'm sorry, Quiet Storm.
No, don't read it. Don't read it. Don't give credit.
I was just saying because I know Auntie Mickey don't want it in her.
Yeah,
chat.
but you don't have to read it though. We got what you're saying. Just don't read it.
Yeah. Okay, because she says she don't see that one.
Well, that's fine. But all she got to do is just get the person out.
Ban it,
right?
Ban it.
That's
and
all.
It'll ban all the rest.
Yeah, that's all needs to be done.
Yeah, I'm not gonna read it because they disrespectful.
Okay, collective tribal consciousness says she knows you just want to record her at this point. No good intentions. I don't agree with that.
Wait a minute. Record who?
Yeah, Diamond. That's what I'm saying.
Diamond.
Yeah,
Okay,
But
first,
that's not Diamond
first
saying that. That's
okay,
someone else saying that.
right.
that's
But
somebody else saying
here's
that.
the thing. I've had a conversation with Diamond. I did not record Diamond and put her on the voice. The only time you heard Diamond's voice on my channel was Diamond calling in. I did not
Mhm.
record Diamond and put Diamond on.
Right.
I won't do that. I
That's
won't do
why
that
that
to her.
person don't know what they talking about.
I won't do that to her or Michael. That's not right.
And again, I'm not trying to ban people off for having a different point of view either. People can have a point of view or a suggestion as long as it's stated respectfully and
Respectfully.
like that. This isn't a place where we're trying to control people's minds and all that. And when people come up in here and just blatantly get disrespectful, that's when it's time to make a move. But I don't view that as a very disrespectful comment, in
Right.
my opinion.
Let me
So
let me
that
let
go
me
to
let me but let me address this.
Diane.
Let's just don't let's get the chat out of the way because Diamond is here. And so let's stay focused on Diamond right now versus the chat and let the everybody in the chat needs to please respect her. You may not agree with her or whatever. Leave her alone. Let her, she's voicing her opinions. Let her do that without challenge her. If she's voicing her opinion in writing and letting me respond back, let's listen to the tribunal of questions and me answer it with the respect that nobody else is going to challenge her back. Please. Her statement is most of you are acting as if I'm a teenager with no mind of my own. I'm a 41-year-old with kids and grandkids of my own. I'm being accused and berated daily, and I'm tired of that. I'm tired of it. That's all. Okay. I understand that you're tired of that. Okay. I can see that. I can concur with that. Yet to add to that is that when you fuel it sometime with the way you communicate, that causes people to draw negative responses to your response because they draw an opinion of you that they don't know of you. So because they don't know you and they have an opinion, they respond to your response with their response, and there's a clash. I won't respond that way because I just have to understand that there's hurt. Yet at the same time being hurt, there's a lot of people that don't care about the hurt. They just care about the fact that your mother was done wrong. They know she was definitely done wrong by the royalties, but we're not sure if she was done wrong in demise. So that being said, a lot of people are angry inside the demise and super mad about the loss of the income. Let's be what's the noise?
Somebody's mic open. Okay.
Oh, it wasn't my mic. I was on mute.
Okay.
Is that Faith up there?
It could have been. Okay. Diamond says, I can't be attacked and helped at the same time. I have been nothing but quiet, but enough is enough. I hear you, Diamond. Don't get to the point to where you say enough is enough. What you can do is you could pull yourself from the limelight, not even come to the top, and let people help you in the background, as you said. And then if they violate that trust with you, then there's a reason to go and attach yourself with anger. That's no more than fair. That's no more than righteous. But everybody around the situation has to understand you're hurting by being your mom. You're hurting by being your legacy and the legacy of your grandchildren and your brother. That is extreme amount of hurt. You didn't hurt because of the loss of her physical presence, but yet her metaphysical presence is also hurting to other people. And because of the love that they have, they strike out in manners that you may not, with negative words, with accusations, bad words, bad stories, whatever, because they feel that they're right in expressing themselves, when in fact that expression hurts you. But they're hurt too. They're hurt too. I met your mother in the last few months of her living. And that left an awesome state of love on me that I never experienced. That's what happened, though. I allowed people to talk all kinds of crap about us without saying a word. But as soon as I snapped back in the problem, and I had to have something to do with it, that's insane. Well, let me be clear, Diamond. I've never said that you had anything to do with anything negative to your mother. I wasn't with you, so I don't know that. I don't know that. And so I cannot say that. That's why I say that when the autopsy report comes back, that's when people have to look at things rationally and go from there. Right now, it is the phase of helping you make sure y'all get this money, because your mother signed contracts that could easily put someone in the position of the estate of the royalties, not just your basic estate that y'all claim, but the estate of the royalties, meaning they would have control of collecting all the royalties. And then they would have control of reporting to the estate what they want to report. Instead of you and your attorneys having direct hands into overseeing that, so that no one can make that decision over what your decision is that you remain in charge of your estate. You remain in charge of your legacy, with a lawyer that won't flip, with a lawyer that won't take a deal from somebody else, with a lawyer that will work for you, being for you, direct for you. Quid pro quo. They get paid for their services. Do your freaking job. Get me my money. It's only two ways that they can do this. Either you pay them to do the job, or they do the job on a contingency. More than likely 33 1/3. Now, Miss Williams said people need to stop clout fishing on her name and let her rest. Clout fishing? Who's clout fishing? You don't know a rabbit thing about me, so who's clout fishing? And I'm addressing that because people need to understand. I don't need no clout. I've been on national TV. I'm on national radio. What clout? These little numbers from YouTube don't make my numbers. Clout? Are you serious? My dogs eat more and cost more than the average dollar amount can be brought from YouTube. Point blank. Diamond, please. I hear you, and I am going to call you. I just need y'all to understand that people have financially supported your mom by buying her music, by going to her concerts, by listening to her stories, by buying her products. And you can't expect people that do that not to care, because they do, because they buy products and they support people that they love just because they love them. And that person have given them a sense of deja vu. They brought them memories that they will cherish for their life simply because she was Angie Stone.
Can I also say something that might kind of give a little bit of context to why so many people are involved or are paying very close attention to this? Is because Angie initially came to her own live stating her truth to the public, and it became a public issue when she did that. So
Are you paying attention to your chat?
I'm talking now. Let me see. What am I looking for?
Okay, you make me a mod.
Wait a minute. I see it.
And that's the part they don't understand. When Angie came to the public, see, Angie came to the public on her platform for a reason.
Okay.
She came for a reason. Y'all can't tell. They can't tell people what to do. Angie came. She was seeking out for help. So people can't say what to do and what to say. Angie came out because she wanted the world to know. So all this other stuff they saying in the chat and wherever, Angie came out for a reason.
She
If
did.
Angie didn't want the public to know, do you know Angie when it came out on the platform and put that out there publicly? Angie wanted people to know.
Okay. Right. And what you're saying is exactly right. Diamond is saying y'all don't realize the psychological damage y'all are causing by trying to help. But Diamond, with all due amount of fairness, you also don't realize the amount of psychological damage it does to her fans that heard her say that everybody has been stealing her money. You don't know the psychological effect that it has on other people to know that she didn't have that much money when she passed away. Because people then say, you know, I could have helped. Do you know, with knowing that your mom was the spiritual woman that she was, and you're being really bombed by other creators now. So you're gonna need to be really observant.
You talking about me?
Yes.
Who is this passion fashion?
No, you don't have to call her names. Don't give them credit.
Yeah, because they got a lot to say. Because
yeah, but you don't have to.
You don't listen, Quiet Storm.
No, we want to deal with. Wait a minute. We want to deal. We want to get to YouTube. But we want to hear from Diamond. Diamond is communicating, so we don't want to stop and put focus on them. When I say watch it, there's other people in here on the out of the mods to check it now. So
Okay. Oh
We
yeah.
don't have to address every negative thing on here.
Okay, my girl Justin came through. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's. I'm glad to see her
Oh
here because
shit. I
I
see
can't.
her here now.
I
Okay.
can't mod and look at 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 this at the same time, and yeah.
Right. I see Jess on point
Okay.
now.
Mhm.
Okay.
All right.
All
So
right. Sorry.
Diamond said she wasn't seeking the help. She was hurt because of what was being discovered. Y'all making y'all own assessments of a life. Diamond, I have to agree with that. I have to agree with that. I do think she was asking for help. I do think she was summoning people in the industry that know what to do to help, that could please help her. Because she ended the statement with, I want my coins. When you say, I want my coins, that is a statement. That's absolute. And that means whatever help that I can get to get my coins, that's what I want. I hear you. And I'm trying to rationalize with with what you're saying. And I don't find anything irrational with what you're saying. So don't get me wrong. I'm just thinking about it, you know. But so Diamond, would you just rather everybody keep quiet and not say anything? Why would you ask the same industry to help if they were the ones? Diamond, that's exactly the point. Why would you ask the same industry to help if they were the ones stealing? That is exactly correct, Diamond. So the world that buys music from them needs to know. Let me use this for an example. Just like everybody feel that they need to tell somebody a story to take them down and to rip them apart on YouTube, it's kind of no difference. It's kind of the same theory, only it's a different subject. Because you do have Avengers on social media that feel that they need to fight for others. They feel that they need to profit the cause to help another individual. So if you feel that the cause proffered in helping recover what y'all need back, I don't know what to say, sis. I don't know what to say. But if you say that you're okay, and if you say that you got this completely under control, and you say, but I would want to hear that come from your mouth and not text, because I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll back off. If you come up on screen and have an intelligent conversation,
Would you like me to put the link in the chat?
yes, and say back off, then guess what? That's what everybody should do from this point. Outside of the chat, and they don't even have to put your face on the screen, just your voice. Nobody's recording your voice. Of course, it'll replay on the YouTube channel, but that's it. I'm not going to come back behind you and say another word other than respect what we come to.
And let them lose it all.
Huh?
Period.
I didn't hear you.
And she come up here and she say that, and then just back off and let them lose it all.
That's it. Well, I'm not gonna say lose it all.
Lose it all. I'm at this point. Lose it all.
Okay.
Cause
We don't want to
They don't, they
disrespect.
don't want the help.
We don't.
They mind
We,
already
we don't.
made up
But we don't want
twice
to.
for them.
But we don't want to disrespect her.
No.
No, it's no disrespect. It's
Yes.
just the
Yes.
facts. The
At this
truth.
point.
Okay.
At this point, it is though.
Okay.
Because you done laid it out there. You done plead. You done said. You done this. So just let them lose it all. That's all.
Okay. Well, let's just wait for her to respond, and we're gonna leave our comments to ourselves at this point for the
I
moment.
hate to see them lose it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but it's not. It's not. But listen. But listen. That's not the issue right now. The issue right now is to come to an agreement with the young lady that's hurting. If she states emphatically that this is what she wants, by her stating that on the live, not in writing, on the live, I'm going to abide by that. That's what I'm going to do. But if she doesn't, then it means it's fair game. And that's just where it is. I want to respect you, but I want to hear, I want us to have a conversation. So you came in the chat. You came in the chat. So let's end it here, Diamond. Let's end it here today, now, because I'm saying that I'm willing to do that, but I want you to be on the record, just like I'm on the record, to say what I won't do. And not anybody has pulled up much documents as I have. So if you want that to end, talk to me. Talk to me and let the world hear you say to me, not text to me. Say to me, Tony, would you please let it go? And we'll take care of it. Boom. I'm going to say I'll respect it.
And just jump off right after you say it.
Yeah.
Okay. Hold on.
Okay, she says, I would like for our team we have in place to continue assisting. I never asked for any YouTubers' help. You all have gone on your own mission and haven't come to the family with your proof. That's not correct. That's not correct. Every court filing I've produced on there. Do you have the court filing from today? Let me ask the question. Do you have the court filing on your estate today? Can you answer that question? Yes or no? This is not being a law enforcement or investigation for law enforcement. Actually, I'm pretty positive 10,000% that it will generate to a criminal charge. I'm pretty sure of that. Yes, I'm very positive of that. Allegedly, that it will. And you said you would like your team to do that. Shanna is leading up your team? Sacred Silence leading your team? Did you know that Lethal Carter and Michelle Rayner created a corporation called Sacred Sound 1111? If there wasn't something that was going to take place, why would they need to set up a Sacred Sound? Allegedly, because if they have a corporation that says Sacred Sound and something happened to Sacred Sound, it's now out of the way and they could take over what they know they have documentation to. You say your team of lawyers are working on everything you need help with, but there's no lawyer filing anything for you. The only person that have filed anything for you was Shannon Shell. I am obsessed with her because she's the only person doing anything for you in the public. Yes, I am obsessed with her. That is the absolute God in heaven truth. I'm not flirting close to libel or slander at all. Everything I say is facts in the court record. I'm not flirting with libel or slander at all. How do I know? There, Mickey. I'm gonna put it. I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you. Give me a minute while I get this document for her. Okay. I don't know what I'm talking about. Okay. Mickey, would you post that document up on the screen, please? Diamond, this document was filed today. Today. In the court. For the estate. May 12th, 2025. Who's filing the document? Know the Codes, LLC. Chester Wilkins. This is the money presented to the court that is owed to them. $34,500. I'm barking on slander. Who signed the agreement? This is not slander. This is what the courts call prima facie. Where's the slander? Where is the slander? This was filed today. Today. Against your estate. Today. And who's working with that company? Shanna.
Oh, I'm sorry. I missed this. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I forgot. I didn't get that one. I didn't see that one.
What was the yes for?
Just look at this one.
Because I didn't want to. I didn't want to. I didn't want to tune up, and I'm.
Okay.
Oh, Diamond, you said that's not your mother's signature? If that's not your mother's signature, then you see, this makes my point exactly. If you're saying that is not your mother's signature, who signed that document?
We.
Come on, family.
Mm-mm.
See, by you saying that that's not your mother's signature gives me even more the reason to go in and stay on top of these people, because now they're providing false documents and false signatures, taking away your mother's legacy. If I had not produced this document, would you know? I don't know what Diamond, I don't know what to say, because by you saying this is not your mother's signature, now I am even more so in the bulldog mode, because now how many more documents may be out there that have your mother's name on it that might not have been hers, that's giving them. Oh.
Mm-mm. And why them A's look different?
One is a signature, one is printed.
Yeah, but still, I don't know, cause yeah.
People don't always sign the same way as they print. That's
And she
why
said
there's
that's
different
not it.
A's.
She said, Auntie
Yeah,
Mickey, she just said that's not her mother's signature,
I
right?
know. I know.
Wow.
I know.
That's something else right there, right?
I know.
Mm,
Whew.
that's on another level. She would know her mother's signature.
Sir, as to allow our attorneys to continue the work they have started. You don't have to hire me. I'm not asking you to hire me. But obviously, I'm on to something that is nefariously wrong, because you just confirmed that that's not your mother's signature. And that document was filed in the court today. I got that document immediately.
Something ain't right. Somebody
Tony,
said that.
Tony, Tony, can you explain the date at the bottom of the page of 11/22/24?
That's the date that Angie supposedly signed that contract. And you notice I said supposedly.
Okay.
Because
Allegedly.
if her daughter says that's not her signature, then
Allegedly supposed to sign. Oh, that took me. That just did something right there. When she said that's not her mother's signature. Oh, whose signature is it? Auntie Mickey, what you thinking? Quiet Storm, what you thinking? Faith, what you thinking?
I'm gonna let y'all speak on this one. Now I need to listen at y'all for a minute, because I'm shook.
Because I mean, she the one know her mother's signature. She said
Well,
that's
she
not her
she
mother's
appears
signature.
to she appears she says that they've got this under control. So
Mm.
let them
Okay,
handle it.
so if God is working through you, Storm or Tony, if he's working through the other fellas,
Mm-hmm.
then he's working on Diamond's and Angie's behalf as well.
Right.
So everybody that's involved, they have to answer to God. He'll make it
Period.
just like he brought you to it and
Mm-hmm.
everybody else to it to look. and bring the paperwork forward to show proof of what we see that's going on through the courts, then if he allowed this to go this far and happen, then that means he's involved and he's in control. And just
Mm-hmm.
let
They
let God
said
be in control.
they said Diamond
Honor,
had left the building. I guess
honor
after she seen that
her
paperwork that
wishes.
Quiet Storm put up. So
Honor her wishes.
That's
That's all
it.
I'm
yep.
going to say. Honor her wishes.
I ain't gonna tell you I'm gonna do that.
Auntie Mickey. They
I
said
ain't
Yes.
she
gonna do
left the
Mhm.
building. I
I
guess
see that.
after Quiet
You know
Storm
what? You know
That
what,
doesn't
got
mean
Tony?
that
she
paperwork.
left. That doesn't
You
mean
you
she
you
left.
you
That
have
just
to
means she
follow
Well,
your
stopped.
heart.
she probably still
She could
around,
still be
but
there. That's not why I'm saying this. I'm saying this
mm-hmm.
out because at the end of the day, that is
Hmm.
Ooh.
Angie's daughter.
That's right.
They
Mm-hmm.
know things that we don't. Now we
Hmm.
know paperwork, but we're not there. We're not a fly on the wall. We don't know everything that's going on. So, like I said, she's dead set and headstrong on what she believes and feel that they have it under control. And with that said,
I believe Auntie Mickey, it might have took to another level when she looked at that paperwork. When
right.
she
And I
discovered
mean,
that's not her mother's signature.
mhm.
And somebody in the chat asked her, well, Dime, is this something else you know? Like
Well,
please let us
apparently,
know.
if she didn't know, then she can take that information to her attorneys.
Yeah.
If she
Hmm.
didn't, if she didn't know, so it's her
She
right.
stated, yeah.
It's her
Yeah,
right.
but
At the end of
you
the day,
still
it's
have
her
to.
right.
She lost her mom. She still, you have to look at her
I
mental
understand,
situation.
but she's not a
And
baby either. She's not a
that's true.
baby.
That's true. I
She's
wasn't a baby
41.
when I lost my dad, and
41.
Right.
I'm dealing with 600 acres of land. So I'm kind of in this same situation. So
Hmm.
my heart goes to
Mm-hmm.
Diamond, and I understand where she's coming from when she has all snakes around. She don't know
Yeah.
who to trust. So I understand that. But
Mm-hmm.
Tony, you know what your heart and you know what God's telling you. Okay. So you can still do what you do, but it does not have to be televised because you've already got the groundwork out there, but you
Hmm.
still can work in the background. You get what I'm saying? Because you
Hmm.
know what your heart is telling you.
Diamond is right. That's not her mother's signature.
I'm sorry, PY. Do I
I,
sound
I
muffled
just
to y'all?
I
You
just
just
I
seen the
just
autograph.
I just
Somebody
I
said I sound
I
muffled.
watched
Let me.
I'm watching several autographs of
Mm,
Angie Stone,
mm,
and that signature is not like her signature.
mm,
Wow.
mm, mm,
Wow.
mm.
No, no, it's not.
Tony, I know this means a lot to you. I really do. And we all know how hard you worked at this. We know your credentials and all of that. But this is just me. I think now it's time to pass it off to
Mm.
the appropriate
I'm not doing that. I'm not about that.
authorities.
I'm not about to let anybody tell me that. This is a major crime.
Yeah, it
You
is.
need to go like that.
I
God.
understand
Mhm.
that, but there are
Okay,
people
but
that
please, but
are
please don't even don't that's not. Mm-mm. I cannot accept that. Will not accept that. I asked her to ask me audibly to do so. She hadn't done it
And
until
she
she
didn't
does.
do it. She
Until
didn't
she
do it.
does. Until she does. I'm
Yeah.
not backing off.
Auntie Mickey, she didn't respond to that too. Cause you know what I think, Auntie Mickey? I think when Quiet Storm put up that last document, I don't think she finna ask him that. Cause she see she see a flag on the play.
Mm-hmm.
What her mother supposed to be signature. That's why she didn't put in a chat neither. But Quiet Stone, get with her in private. She might do need your help. Because it might be some more stuff. That's why she kept putting, to me, come to, us, which probably mean her and Michael. Come to us. You know, you put up that document, and she know that one her mother's signature. Yeah, I think it's time to actually try to see now if they want to sit down with you, you can help them even more. That's all you've been trying to do is help. Right, Auntie Mickey? Help.
And
Not let
certainly
nobody take
to a certain
advantage.
degree, yes, but I'm kind
Yeah,
of
to a
torn.
certain
I'm
degree.
I'm kind of torn because yeah, it looks bad, but
Mm-hmm.
again, you have to understand that we're not we're not law enforcement. That's what
Right.
she's saying. She's
Mm-hmm.
saying put it in the hands of law enforcement. That and we're just YouTubers in her eyes. I understand where she's coming from in that
Now, what she
respect.
say come to her too, though, Auntie Mickey. She might need that push. She say
Yeah.
come to them, come
So
to them. She
that
might
should
still
be
need
something
Quiet Stone help.
discussed. That should be discussed outside of a
Right,
public forum.
Exactly.
right,
And that's
That
why
right.
should
I
be
said,
discussed.
Quiet Storm, I think you should
Yeah.
continue, but not in the public. And I think your heart is good. Talk to them and let them
Yeah.
see what you're working with so they can
Go help
see
them
what you
out
have.
behind the scenes.
What'd
Go
you say?
help them behind the scenes because you put up that last document. She left after then because now she know it's some foul play, and you made it clear that this was then did when today, right?
Hmm.
Today.
Uh huh.
Yeah.
Uh huh. She
Yeah.
left then. Yep.
But
She.
you don't want
Mm-hmm.
to cross the line.
Right.
Ooh.
And I truly understand, Tony, I understand. My heart feels your heart. I wish I had somebody like you working, helping me. Okay.
Hmm.
Right. Good vibes.
Honestly, but you don't do it behind the scene. You bought enough. And if it gets too much for you, then maybe you should let it go.
And I would also suggest possibly not even addressing it on your public channel.
Listen, with all due respect,
I know, I know.
I hear
I'm
you.
not going to have anyone tell me that or anything like that because
Okay,
no, no.
you
Just
asked for suggestions, so I'm just giving
well,
you a
I,
suggestion.
Yeah.
You
I,
don't have to take it, just like she
I,
don't have to take
I,
yours.
I see a major flag on the play,
Hmm.
Yep.
and a lot of stuff has to be done within 90 days.
Yep.
And at the
It's
90-day period, that's when everybody start coming out because this was already initiated.
Yeah. So why is it
I
just now
asked her.
filed
I,
today
I asked her.
with
Yeah,
that date on there?
yeah. I asked her to please tell me where there's a record of her saying leave it alone, not in the text,
Hmm.
because I don't know if that's her.
That's true.
yeah, but people
That's
be
a good
making
point.
up.
But
People
you're
make up
going to reach out to her,
accounts.
right?
That
I,
could be Shayna for all we know. Who knows?
It
they,
I
could
don't
be
know.
yeah,
they have my number.
yeah.
Okay.
So that's why I'm saying
Mm-hmm.
if I hear her voice, I'm
Yes.
committed to that.
Hmm.
Yes.
But just from a text, no,
Yeah,
no.
Yes.
people do make up pages and all channels and other names.
Or it
Yeah.
could be her page, but not her
It
texting.
could be somebody
Yeah.
else.
The
We
text,
saying
the
how
text, the text seems like her cadence,
Hmm.
but it didn't seem like her cadence to me.
But you know what did? She proved to you that that is not her mother's signature, and you went and looked it up and saw it. It wasn't.
That that's
And
that's exactly right.
and if
So
that was someone else, they wouldn't have debated the issue. They'd
They
have let
wouldn't
it
even
slide.
known it.
Yeah,
right.
that's
So
how you know it was her.
so at that point, I still am at my point.
Yeah.
I need to hear from her verbally telling me.
Let
And
Quiet Stone still do
Yep.
what he do
you
if
know,
he getting
because
somewhere.
I will because I think I'm close on somebody's backside.
You are.
That's what it is. Do we all agree? That's what it is.
You got
I
Look,
them in
seen
a
a lot of
bubble.
I
look,
seen a lot of people in the chat was
look,
saying that. I
look,
see a lot of people in the chat was
look,
saying,
look.
Do you think Shanna got Diamond account information unaware to Diamond? Possibly. That's why I don't know. That's why I'm responding the way I'm responding because I don't know that. But I know Diamond's voice. And
that because somebody knows somebody's signature, that don't mean they can write it out
right.
the same way.
And
Because can't
because I
nobody
know her
copy my
voice,
signature.
when I hear her voice say to me, don't, that's what I'm gonna do. But I'm gonna need to hear her voice. Me, I am.
Well, I
Somebody say
Well,
you gonna
my opinion,
uncover.
my
you
opinion don't
already know
mean
what you're
much.
gonna do.
My opinion doesn't mean much, but
No,
I
it
will concede this. I'll concede this. If that were Shayna, not Diamond, Shayna would not have said that's not my mother's signature. That would have
Yep.
that's what's opened another can of worms.
Yep.
But then
So,
I don't know, cause somebody in the chat put that was Shayna. I'm
but if it
just
were Shayna, Shayna would not have said that's not
yeah.
my mother's signature.
And then Quiet
may,
Storm
may,
went in
may,
and got
maybe
her signature.
maybe and maybe not. I don't know
Yeah,
that. You know,
Auntie
yeah.
Millionaire Cove wants to say something. She said, "Can she say something?"
Yes, here, take here, click the
Somebody
link,
said
sweetheart.
too. Somebody said too close for comfort.
Yep.
Yeah, somebody said she wouldn't have
TT,
disputed the
you're
signature.
exactly correct, and they know it.
Somebody said folks are going to jail allegedly.
It's a bunch of corruption. That's all it is. It's knee deep.
Yeah, it's really really wow.
Wow.
Well, Catherine, if it was, she didn't do a very good job of it because I believe what Sweet Cutie says. I believe it was Diamond. But according to Tony, he wants to hear it from her. Okay, Millionaire's Cove, I got you up.
And
Hello.
luscious.
Hello, hon.
Hi, how y'all doing?
Good, thank you.
Good. How you
Hi,
doing?
hi. I just want to say something. Um, Tony has come a long way with this case, and I've
Yeah.
been asking the question on both of y'all channels. What was he going to do with the information that he found?
Mm-hmm.
And she's come on and she said that no one has contacted her with the information. But even if he stops, the other channels are not going to stop. The
Mm-hmm.
news people have never said anything else about this lady's case.
Mm-mm.
And he's come a long way. And for them to ask him to stop like that, because what if he's onto something and they know he's onto something and they don't, and they want him to stop because he's coming too close to the truth.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think
Yes.
he should stop. Whether she asked or not, because if TMZ had the case, they're not going to stop. Whether she get on there and ask them to stop, they're not going to stop. If
Yeah, they
ABC or CBS get on there and they start broadcasting stuff, they're not going to stop because she asked them to stop.
correct.
But
No.
because he's on a platform of YouTube,
Mm-hmm.
everybody thinks it's okay for him to stop. He can continue to investigate and he can turn in whatever he needs to turn into the law enforcement that may be able to help them. But I don't think that
Mm-hmm.
he should stop because Angie got on that YouTube for a reason.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And
Yeah.
I'm looking at a different
Yes.
at a different perspective. I'm
Uh-huh.
not only worried about her coins. I'm also worried about what happened to her and
Mhm.
how did she leave this earth. That is very important, just like her royalties is very important. And if you got people out here that's been by her music, that's been standing by her from day one since she started back in the 70s and the 80s,
Yeah.
then he should keep going. Because if any other newscaster had this case, I don't care what somebody get on there and say stop. They're going to continue to keep going because they know there's something that they're finding or they're getting close to that someone don't want them to know what it is. So, Mr. Storm, you need to keep going. And then whatever you find, if you need to share it with the family, then do that. And whatever you need to share with the law enforcement, do that as well. This is a very, very
Yeah.
disturbing case. And for the information that
Yeah.
they're finding that they don't know is baffling to me. Because if that was my mom, I want to know what happened. I want to know
Yeah.
where her coins are at. So for everybody to that sit there and to agree with him stopping it all this time that he's been going on, PW is not going to stop. All the rest of them that's on it not going to stop.
Mhm.
So they need
So
help. I want them to get what's due to them. I mean, they need to know where the money is at so it can help them from generation to generation on down.
Mhm.
That'll
so
just
they
be mind
said,
blowing for him to stop after all the work and money that he has put into these receipts that he's gotten for him just to throw it away
wow.
or just put it to the side. That's crazy.
Mhm.
So
Well,
allegedly
just to
they
let you
saying
know,
she's
Tony,
trying to use the last
whatever you
Auntie
decide to
Mickey.
do, Tony, I'm by you, regardless.
Auntie Mickey.
So
Yes.
here's
Allegedly, did you see they said she's starting to now use the last name Stone?
No, I didn't see that.
Uh-huh. I've been seeing it all night. They
I'm
said
trying
Yeah,
to
because
look
it just
for
with
that's
Diamond.
why I say
a
allegedly, because it's
message.
your platform. Yeah, I've been seeing all night. They said she's now started to use the last name Stone.
Who is starting to use the last name Stone?
Shayna.
What?
Oh wow.
Hmm. I've been seeing
Wow.
it through the chat.
So are they married?
I'm even reading another one that somebody just wrote again. Because I've been seeing it. They said she's now has started using
This is
the
crazy.
last name Stone as being one of
Mhm.
Angie's daughters.
But you know what, guys? This is why us as a
What?
community, this is why we don't have, this is why we don't own anything. It's
My
because
point
they take,
exactly.
yeah, I got
Yeah.
you. I did get you. Because they take it and then nobody wants to go after it.
My point
Because they,
exactly. Yes, I
I've been
agree.
dealing with mine forever, but I'm not gonna stop. I'm not gonna
No.
stop.
I mean, we as a generation of black people, we've lost so much. Our forefathers have fought so much for us to have the little things that we have, and then for you not to have someone that is genuine to try to help you recover what you have lost, what that lady has worked her whole life for, and for me to hear her say on her live that she should have been retired 20 years ago, and she's left here
Yes.
with nothing, it is baffling. And for him to
Yeah.
Yes.
stop in the midst of it now, I disagree. I disagree. What he does, that between him and God. But they need help. They need genuine help that no one is
Genuine.
looking for anything out of this. They need help.
Genuine. Because
Yes.
everybody is looking for a bag.
She got children. Her kids got children. This
Yes.
legacy got to go down the lineage. That's just crazy for him to just stop and all the money that he has spent to get this paperwork to show them what's going on. I just think that it just be ludicrous for him just to not be able to take it somewhere so someone can look into it to get
Mhm.
things resolved quicker.
Mhm.
Look, Million. Look,
I
so
think
if
she's just getting
Auntie
too much
Auntie
information
Mickey,
and she don't
if
know how to disperse it.
Process it probably, yes, too, yeah.
if you go
Huh?
back to when you dropped that link and then they love me, she was another one that put it. Why shouldn't why she wouldn't? She already using Angie's last name Stone. So then it was some more comments. If you go back to your live, you'll see people was putting in the chat
Wow.
that she's using the last name Stone now. It being as being like as in like Angie's one of her daughter, like her daughter.
You
Oh,
said that's
wait
back
a
when I
minute. But
dropped
why?
the
How is she using Stone when Michael's last name
Yeah,
is something else? That don't make
as
sense.
that. Yeah,
Well, that's because
that's
they
what
have
she doing now.
because there's two different fathers.
Yeah,
Yeah, he's
Huh?
Archer. I think
yeah.
he's his Archer.
So and they're talking about Angie's husband deceased. He's not. Um, they weren't married that long.
Mm-hmm.
His name is Benjamin Wirt
words.
out of
Mm-mm-mm.
Colombia.
WERTZ.
Oh, but yeah, they saying that's what allegedly that's what that shellfish is using now. The last name now has
Shellfish is
been.
using the last name Stone.
Oh yeah, that I've been
He
sitting
said
in the
Shayna
chat quite a
Shayla.
few times.
I haven't
Yeah.
seen that.
I've been sitting in the chat, and
No,
then
you said you see it in the chat, but
they
that needs
the
to be yeah,
they
but that
love me.
Huh.
yeah,
Said
That's if
why
it's
should
just in the chat, that's just hearsay. But
yeah, that's
until we
just
see
hearsay. That's just
until we
hearsay.
see something
And
definitive, it's just
I
hearsay.
understand. Yeah,
Yeah, it wouldn't even
hearsay.
make sense for her to use the last name Stone.
yeah,
That's not,
not at
you
all.
know.
Not at
Yeah.
all.
They said want to be Angie daughter so bad. I
Yeah, but
guess.
we can't put that out there like
Yeah,
she
right. That's
I
why
have
I
not
said
seen
allegedly.
Yeah,
and,
that's
and
yeah.
or heard that she's done anything like
And
that.
this is the kind of stuff that she don't like. And that's
Hmm.
why she's upset because of stuff like that that's going out. You know, uh
I
Uh-huh.
said
Tony, you
allegedly.
giving her
I'm
great
not putting nothing out
information.
there.
You giving her the proof. But
Mhm.
when you got other stuff clouding and throwing it in, in the mix, it's like, how can you believe it?
Yeah, this
You
can be
know, it's just too
overwhelming.
much. And that's why I was saying you working on the backside of it and bring the information to us, you know, once you look through it, and then, if she don't want you to help her, then
Mhm.
we, as her fans, and she bought it to us, we can still work on it in a way that it'll eventually help Diamond and Michael and the family at the end. You get what I'm saying?
Uh-huh.
But
Yeah.
the way that is the all of this is just is too much. It's too much for me, and Angie wasn't my mother. You know what I
Well,
Right.
mean?
Right.
yeah,
Right.
but
It's
let me say this for the record. All right. I have always said I'm not a YouTuber. I'm a
yeah.
broadcaster. So my rules of engagement are not like YouTubers. Yeah, I'm talking about it on YouTube, but I am a broadcaster.
Hmm.
Yeah,
So,
I
you
got
know,
you.
even though I'm a broadcaster, there's things that I've kept out of the main media
Mhm.
until we can know
Mhm.
what's what and release it all at one time under the
Mhm.
right assessment.
Exactly.
So right now, uh, I want to hear her say that first. So, matter of fact, y'all give me a few minutes and I'll be right back with y'all.
Okay,
Yeah.
Bryce.
I truly understand where he's coming from. He wants to help. He's not asking for anything, but it's stuff like, reading the chat, adding to it.
Yeah.
It's too much. The
It
the the
is.
lady, I mean, the young lady just lost her mom.
Yeah.
I won't don't care if they are close or not. That's still her mama. When it all boils down,
Yeah.
that's her bond. She came from her, so it's a lot, and she is just trying to digest this. She hasn't even had time to grieve because everybody's telling her to do this, do that, do that, do that. It's like a tennis ball, I mean a tennis match. She going here, going. I just pray that she just keep her sanity,
Yeah.
because this is
That's
a
true.
lot.
That's
It's a
true.
lot. It's a lot.
And
It's too
the other
much.
thing is that, and it's easier said than done. People say, well, if you don't want to see nothing, then don't get on YouTube. That's kind of hard to ask
Yeah.
Yeah.
someone to do, um, especially when you know that the topic of discussion is your personal family business. So I can understand why she would jump on and, receive all the information that she does, as hard as it is to see that. Um, but either way it goes, if he decides to pursue it, I'll stand with him. But y'all know where I stand from a
Yeah,
woman's standpoint. This is a
it's
lot.
just so
Yeah.
sad. It's so
Yeah,
sad. It's
I think
really,
we're
really
all
sad.
standing with him because we want what's best for the family.
Yeah.
right.
But our prayers, if we all pray, that's standing together,
Hmm.
and the Lord will show them
Yeah.
Yeah,
that
but
he's
now
not to be played, he's not to be toyed with.
Yeah.
just to give you the other side of the coin, though, that this could be very well, this request from her could very well be God making a move to make her see with her
Yes.
own eyes. You
Yeah.
know what I'm saying? See, that
Oh,
it
you
could be
talking about that
interpreted more than
paperwork?
one way.
You talking about
So,
that paperwork, Auntie Mickey?
Yeah, I was just
That
going
huh?
to say that
show?
too, T. Nikki. I think that God is in it. I
Oh
think
yeah.
that he's. I said this from the beginning of the case when they first found out that it wasn't what they thought it was, an accident or whatever. I
Hmm.
just felt that because of her heart and how Angie moved, that God
Hmm.
was going to be all over this case.
Hmm.
And
Yeah.
I'm the type of person, I believe that God puts people in places for appointed times to do
Hmm.
things, and sometimes people not going to agree with it. But when God puts something in your spirit, and not in your
Yep.
chest, but it's in the deep dials of your bowels of your belly, where He's telling you to do something, the same way He was telling Angie to get online to say what she needs to say, to
Yep.
tell
Uh-huh.
people what was going on. You can't not do what he tells you not to do. Whether, I
Right.
don't care if and but one person behind that person, you got to keep going.
Yeah.
If
I,
God is telling him or whoever else is out here that's doing this case, whoever else is on the internet, on the news, in other parts of the world is doing what they need to do. And if God is telling them to do it, they got to obey. Ain't got nothing to do
Yeah.
with what you want, what I want, or the next
Right.
person want, what their kids want. It's what God wants, because He's gonna have the
that's
last
right.
say so, whether
That's
you like it or
very
not.
true.
It's gonna be
Very true.
revealed whether you like it or not.
As
Protected
long
by
as those
God.
that are
I'm
doing
with
this are
protected by
working in
God.
the realm of God and not self.
So
Yep.
sometimes we just have
That's
to
it.
stand back and let a person do what they got to do. If God is telling him to move, he gonna have to do what God tells him to do, not what we want him to do. Whatever God tells
Exactly.
him to do, and
Exactly.
only him and God gonna have to have that talk. You can say
Yes.
what we can say what we want, but only him and God is gonna have that come to Jesus talk with him and God. And if God said keep pressing, then he got to keep pressing.
Yep.
If he tells paperwork to keep pressing, he got to keep pressing.
Mhm.
Yep.
And they're
He
gonna
would
make them
he
if they
would
try to
know from
stop.
God. He would
And
know.
Yep.
protected by God says that's what happened tonight when Quiet Storm showed her that document. That's what I'm looking at too. When that
So
document was
now he know
shown.
that they wasn't playing, that he's onto something real and something that they probably really need to see to open up the eyes.
Yep. I think
God said,
it was
open
some
up
other
your eye
people
gates and
said,
your ear gates so you can hear and
yep.
see what he is trying to show you.
Yeah.
He's
And
gonna,
some other
if
people
you
said
ask
that in
him,
the
he's gonna
comment.
show it to you.
Some
Yeah.
other people said
He
that in
gonna
the
bust the
comment.
gates open.
Eyes was open.
He gonna bust the
And
gates
she
open.
loved. She loved.
Yeah.
I believe in that.
I
My
just
feeling
feel that
told
she
me
came
that
on for a
document.
reason, and if she did not want it, I don't think that Stone Pastor would have came out with what he came out with. So
Right.
therefore, it's got to be something going on, and it needs to probably be revealed so those kids and grandkids and kids after that can get what's deserved, because it's her money that she's worked hard for. And we've
Exactly.
Yeah.
already, like you said, we already don't have anything. So for
Yep.
$50 million, $100 million, I don't care if
Yeah.
it's $10,000. It's the money that
It's her money.
she's
Yeah.
made. She
It's
And you
her
know what?
deserves
coin.
that. They got
I,
It's
their
her
cut, so give
coin.
her her cut, her
and
part.
I got to
Her
say this.
coin.
I got to say this. Satan has been so busy in this case with all the monkey wrenches that
Mm,
he's thrown in so many different
mm,
ways. Now, I'm not going to go into detail as to what kind of
mm-hmm,
monkey wrenches were thrown in, but he's got
mm-hmm,
content creators battling
What?
content
Wait a
creators.
mm-hmm.
minute.
He's
Wait a
got
minute.
people, huh?
Oh, y'all gotta stop not believing what y'all read. somebody, the devil is a lie. They said they heard that. You read that comment.
Which
I'm not reading
one?
about people past. Right there with bless up and power. Never.
I don't
No,
see
that's not
that.
true.
Maybe my
It's
chat
right.
is behind because I'm not seeing any
It's
of this.
right at the end. They kind of
The last
just
one I
wrote it.
see is Lorraine Munn.
Okay, let me read what they said. See, people be putting out this stuff, and this stuff don't be right about the hearing about. Did somebody delete it? Bless somebody wrote.
I don't see nothing
Maybe
like
they
that.
went on until they took. Maybe they deleted. But was saying they had heard that
Okay, it
Stone.
don't need to be
That's
repeated then. It don't need
that
to be repeated.
Stone.
And that's the thing, that's the stuff that I'm talking about. That you can't, that's too much.
You can't
That's
keep
too much.
you
They
can't keep
want
repeating
that
Yeah,
stuff in
to,
but
the
to
chat.
put negative stuff out here about
yeah, but
anybody
nobody, it
passing
passed
away,
us.
that
It passed us.
yeah,
It don't need to be, said again.
Mhm.
And that's
Yeah.
the kind of stuff that backs Diamond away
Uh-huh.
because of things like that. And we address it in the
Yeah.
open.
Yeah.
It's
And
so it's like,
unfortunately,
who can you trust? You
we
can't
don't
do
have any
that.
mods right now to
it was
monitor.
saying something about somebody else. This
Okay.
is Auntie Mickey channel, but I
Right.
was just saying what I seen in the chat. It's not for you to say what not to address. It's up to Auntie Nikki if she wanted me
Okay.
to say. I was just saying, it's putting negative stuff out here, and you can't speak on stuff like that on nobody's life.
Yeah.
I wouldn't want
But
nobody going around saying I done left here. And this other person, everybody know this other person.
Well, you
And
know what?
I
Auntie
didn't see it.
Mickey, Auntie
Yeah, I didn't
Mickey,
see it. I didn't
like
see it
Auntie
either.
Mickey likes that other person as
Yeah, I didn't
well.
see it either, and
You
I'm
know,
looking in the
yeah,
chat.
but you guys can't put out here like people is deceased. You don't put nothing out there like that.
Yeah.
You
But
know, and you and we seen the day that this person wasn't. Well, stuff can't happen at split seconds. Don't get me wrong.
Catherine
Stuff can
Powell,
happen
I'm going to make you
split
a mod,
seconds.
sweetheart.
Huh?
Honestly. I was talking to Catherine Powell. She offered to
mhm.
be a mod for me, and I didn't quite know how to do it and didn't have enough time to do it. So
Oh,
I
Catherine,
will
yeah, she
definitely be
be.
making you a mod
Yeah, Catherine, yeah.
ASAP. ASAP
Yeah,
because right
Catherine.
now I don't have any mods here.
Well, the
Yeah,
And I
thing
cause
is,
can't
some
do it all.
I'm not trying. A shot time. I'm not trying to take over Aunt Mickey's channel. I just
it's okay.
the
I
negative
just was
the
saying.
negativity. If you feed it, it'll grow. So if you
It,
don't
it,
address
it
it,
wasn't
just let it move
no
on.
don't get me wrong. I don't like when people speak on like if somebody done left, you know, they done passed away. That's some even though we live in times you can't be here 1 minute
Yeah,
and you could be gone
but
the next.
that
But
happened.
if it's not truth, it shouldn't be put there.
Yeah.
That happened the other
And,
day.
and
That
I was
happened.
gonna say quiet storm. That
That
happened when somebody did that with him,
Yeah, and what I did was
with the
I did
artist.
I did not address it. I
Hmm.
told them don't put stuff like that in my chat, and they know exactly what I was talking about. Then when I went and verified it, that's when I said, "Do not put lies like that in chat. That's not true. That person is not deceased."
I heard you. I
But
was in the
but
bushes.
but we don't
I
have to.
heard you.
But we don't have to give every negative content uh a name of a person and who said what, because
Yeah.
that's what they want. They're putting it out there for you to say it.
Yeah.
So
Uh
if you don't say it, you're not giving credibility to what they just put in there. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. Yes.
okay, Luscious L, I've got you too. You will be a mod too. Just letting you know. Okay. But I gotta get my mods up. We gotta work on yours too, Tony.
Yes, Dr. Rosie. Yes, yeah, exactly what they want. She I
Mhm.
guess was replying back to what Quiet Storm was saying.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. No.
Yes, priceless. You're right. There was another mod needed hours ago, and one showed up and left. I don't even know when she left. The other one showed up, and she's not here
It
either.
could have been her signal. It could have been her signal where she's at right now.
Yeah, she
Oh
Jess.
yeah, her
For those of
signal.
you who know, Jess is my main moderator, and I had a few more that haven't shown up, and one did show up, but she's working, so she left. Jess is on a ship right now in the middle of the ocean, so um, again, please be patient with me. I'm new at this, so just please give me grace. I'm trying to do the best I can. I do need some more mods though. So
Mickey,
I just want to, yes.
Mickey, Elizabeth Love makes a very valid point. She said, why would she come on Auntie Mickey's show for that? Because they are depending on the sympathy here from the woman and the women in the audience. That could possibly be because because they're figuring that because of my charge, because I'm on the registry and I have to register, that people will say, well, he don't have the right to speak or whatever. Yet not understanding, well, they understand because the wrong information been put out there. But anyway, I don't owe anybody anything. I done my time.
Mm-hmm.
I gave the state all 5 years.
Mm-hmm.
I'm living my life as a free man. All my rights are restored. There's nothing to prevent me from having my businesses or whatever, my professional licenses, none of that. And so, you have all these false stories put out there. And
Yeah.
so, at the end of the day, I know what is. And so, it don't bother me. But at the same time, they want to throw it out there. Well, throw it out there, Hey, Paul was a murderer.
That's true. So was
Yeah, I see. But
Moses.
Master Gamer put read her comment, Auntie.
I'm sorry.
Master Gamer, read her comment.
Let's see.
She say, I read it because it's
I
not
believe I'm a
like
nurse. She
negative.
may
You
be in
see it?
denial and angry, depressed. Is that what you're
Yeah.
talking about?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
I mean, because that can be true. Because I was in denial when
Yeah.
my son was got pew pew. That could be so, and that was it. That was the worst. Denial,
Mm-hmm.
angry, depressed.
Mm-hmm.
That could
Well,
be possibility. I
I've
can't
got
say.
five. I've got 5 people written down. I've got Catherine Powell, Luscious L, Don Beard,
You
Millionaires
write them
Cove
down,
Home,
Auntie Mickey.
and Camille
I love.
1970.
Thank you again, Quiet Storm, because this how I found Auntie Mickey
You're welcome.
because of
You
you, and
you
I
you
I
know
love me some Auntie Mickey. Thank you, Quiet Storm.
You're
I
welcome.
found Auntie Mickey because of you, and
Thank
hey
I
you.
become.
Mickey,
Yes,
Mickey,
ma'am.
you have a very comforting spirit,
Oh, thank you. Bless your
and
heart.
people feel
Yes,
safe around you
yes.
because that is your spirit.
Thank
And
you.
Tony, you have that as well, but you had somebody to pour dirt on your name because
Yes.
they were jealous
Yes.
of where you could go. They knew where you were going to go with this.
Yes.
Yeah.
But from the very beginning, as Millionaire Cove said, Angie Stone came to this internet, and
Mm-hmm.
every piece of information that you guys have put out has been everything that she said was going on.
Mm-hmm.
So she didn't have the proof, but you put her proof out that she didn't have. because she was wanting somebody else. She was depending on somebody else to do it for her that did not do the right thing. But you guys have put out everything that she was saying. So this is how you know God's hand is in it.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think you should stop, Tony. I really don't. But um kind of kind of off gain more information um before you just bring it out there. I'm not telling you what to do. It's
Mm-hmm.
just a suggestion. So it won't be just so every day. It's like, cuz she's listening. You got her listening to you. You got Diamond's ear. You
Mm-hmm.
got her. But if it's like so much pounding on pounding, and then you have other people in the chat saying this, saying that, it could back her away because now it's overwhelming to her.
Exactly. But shoot, it's overwhelming to me.
That's what I'm
I
saying.
mean,
It
I
So,
feel like I'm.
Auntie Mickey, do you want to address the other person, Hortense Selden, or since I'm at the comment, because it's really nothing. It's not
Actually, you
negativity
know
like
what?
that. It's
You
like
know
I
what?
don't understand
Shy
because
Town,
that
I'm not gonna address any more comments.
no, because I think you know what, Auntie Mickey, I think they getting confused because they might have seen the video today,
Mm-hmm.
and that video was out a couple of days or so ago.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess they thinking she was talking negativity about Quiet Storm today. That
Mm-hmm.
what they said today. And she ain't understand like why she was talking negative. No, that Hortense, that video was not from today, honey. That video was from a couple of days ago. Talking about the one with when Diamond was sitting in the car, but that I just want them to know it's not from today. They
No,
might have just seen
it
it
was
today.
from Paperwork
Okay.
actually aired it yesterday, last night.
Yeah. But
Yeah,
yeah, it was there like might as well say about a couple of days. Correct?
yeah, around
Yeah. So no, I
possibly
just wanted them
Saturday
to know.
night.
Yeah, it wasn't dead. It wasn't dead today.
No, it
Cause they
wasn't done
met they
today.
was yeah, they was saying today. They put on here today. I
Yeah,
don't understand. She was just speaking negativity about Tony this morning
yeah, and
on
that's probably
YouTube
because
in
she
her
probably
car.
just saw it this morning, but
Yeah, she just saw it
yeah,
today,
that was
but it
from a couple of
yeah,
nights ago.
I just want to let them know that it wasn't
Yeah,
dead today.
yeah,
She didn't speak on him today.
right.
Yeah, so don't want them to mix
Yeah.
it up. Let
Mhm.
him want today. We
Mhm.
heard that same video.
Yeah.
Seen that same video. So
Yeah.
yeah,
What
So
video they
but
making
it's
reference
all
to?
good.
the one that Diamond did in she was sitting in a car.
Sitting in the car.
Yeah,
Oh,
she was
oh
Yeah,
yeah, that
addressing.
was done Saturday. So
Yeah,
yeah. They
Saturday
thinking it was
evening.
dead today because they just seen it today.
Yeah, some people didn't see it until today and
Right,
assumed that it was
right,
just today or last night.
right. And they was thinking it was dead
I
today.
just caught I just caught something very intriguing in that live that I'm not going to speak on, but a name was said
Yeah, it
that
was too
just
much.
happened to
I
pop up
caught
on
some
my
stuff too on that,
platform.
but I ain't finna.
So that's
Hey,
just a whole new different can of worms that I'm not going to even go into.
yeah, I listened to some stuff real close in
Yeah.
that live. But hey, oh
Yeah.
well. Hey,
So,
let some other people catch it. Cause my head
yeah.
here is on.
Yeah.
Shoot,
You you
I
had to have
just
been there. You had to have been
yeah,
there that night, and you had to have been there the night that I had a special guest come in on my chat too with that
yeah,
giggle.
oh yeah.
So
But
we
see,
gonna leave
I
that
that
alone.
replay. See, I told you sometimes I'm not feeling well. I mean, I sit in a like even with Quiet Storm. Remember the day I told you I came in your chat and I said I wasn't feeling well
Mm-hmm.
and stuff, and I was listening to y'all. Quiet Storm first, then I came to your chat, but I was just be in the bushes. I didn't even come in the chat and speak because I wasn't feeling too good. So I stayed in the bushes. I listened to that music. I heard what Q Parker. I heard all his little stuff. But yeah, I just wasn't feeling good. If I'm not feeling good, I won't even
Right.
come in the chat.
Well, let me address what Trina McDonald said. Prayerfully, all content creators will stay on one accord positively and with healing words. Diamond is listening to all content creators, and one bad creator can distort her view of them all. And that's very true. Very true.
I see
There's
that.
enough
Yeah.
negativity to go around YouTube completely. And it could really it'll leave a bad taste in your mouth. If you just hear one or two, you'll put everybody on the same, feel the same about all of them. So, like Let's Go Slot said, everyone has an opinion and a view. But if we would just let God reveal, yes, we all love Angie. We definitely have to give her daughter some space and respect. God will take care of the rest. I just added the rest. I didn't see the rest on here. I just finished your sentence for you. So I'm assuming that's what you meant.
And
But,
Auntie Mickey,
yes, ma'am.
just us talking about it, different
Hmm.
different we everybody sees something different, and just
Right,
kind of discussing it, that's what helped um Tony, because he listened. That's what
right.
helped him research some more stuff, because we were talking about it. But he did his research on the back end and brought it forth. You know what I
Yes,
mean? Just
yes.
because, just listening and all of us coming together, and
Hmm.
just, because God used anyone,
That's
he
right.
he he used a
That's right.
donkey,
Exactly.
So therefore, it's just, I think all of us are getting overwhelmed because we see all the wrong that has been done to this beautiful soul.
Yeah,
And I
yeah,
think um it's just a lot to know that it's just that much evil lurking around her, and all the years that she went through it and couldn't even
yeah.
sit down and retire.
Right.
She had to work, sick, go on stage, go into
Yeah,
dialysis. That's a lot.
that's a lot.
For her to
That's a
have the
lot.
strength to do that, she was a superwoman.
And it takes a diabolical person to capitalize on someone in that condition. And it just appears as though it didn't stop when she passed away. It continued and grew bigger. That's what it appears as though. Discerning 8, thank you so much for the $1.99 super chat. Auntie Mickey House, peace be upon you now. Thank you, love. I appreciate you. But yeah, it's like a snowball.
Yeah. And it's really is really hurtful to see it in paperwork,
Right,
in proof,
right.
what they did to her, and all the joy. It's like they pimped her talent and
Absolutely.
threw her out to dry. That
God
is,
don't like ugly.
God don't like ugly. But
God
for
don't
us
like
to
ugly.
see this in the industry, but you still have people going into this industry, signing these contracts daily. Michael
Right.
Jackson then told us, Prince then told us,
Yeah,
Whitney
Whitney
then
too.
told us, they all have told us. But
Hmm.
I think this Angie Stone, for me, I mean, the way that it's being spelled out in the documents,
Hmm.
we can see what's actually going on, and we can see why that we, as a, a, black people, don't have anything.
Hmm.
And it's hurting. It's really heartbreaking to see this.
Yeah, yeah.
Auntie Mickey.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, TT wrote in the chat She say, Auntie Mickey, some people will take your kindness for weakness.
I saw that.
Don't let them.
Right. I saw that.
And TT could be right. She can be
Yep.
definitely right.
I've lived by that for a long time. Don't let the nice voice fool you.
Yeah.
There's another side of me y'all don't want to see.
Look, how wait tell me. Baby, don't bring that Scorpio now. Oh, don't bring, because I'm a Scorpio. I be like, baby,
I
don't
try
bring
to
that
be as
Scorpio
godly
now.
as possible, but trust and believe I'm still
That
human.
Scorpio.
And sometimes my mouth can go left.
Yeah, right?
So
Go left. What you saying to
I
Mickey?
got
Go
all
left.
kind of MFs and
Mm.
B's and S's all stored up just in case I need them. And I try to keep them at bay. But I ain't always
Right.
been this calm, cool, collected individual. And I think maybe it's because I've turned 60 plus that I'm too old to act a fool. But,
Yeah.
the fool can still rise up. I've had to rise up in church, because some of them women seem to think that, you know, they can go after somebody of power and not care who that person belongs to. And you gotta check them sometime, even behind the
Yeah.
pulpit. So I know.
Elizabeth wanted to know, well, Faith, what's the problem with the question mark? She said, you just said yourself. That's what I mean. Yeah, Elizabeth Love. That's what she was asking Faith. She
Elisa
just was.
LW said Virgos don't play either, and I'm a Virgo.
Hmm.
Who just said that?
Well, it's an eye opener for us to see as a people,
Yes,
not only the music industry, other industries as well.
right,
But it's just a big eye opener. She's just a light. Angie Spirit is just a light, just showing,
exactly.
exposing it.
Yeah,
And
right. And this,
yeah.
I look at this. I look at this whole thing. I step back and look at the big picture. All of this is happening for a reason, and we have constantly seen time after time after time in the culture how
Hmm.
our people are dragged. I mean, I might have said it before in a previous live stream, but I'm gonna say it again. We got Gladys Knight out there still working. We got Shaka Khan out there
Yeah,
still working. Patti LaBelle out there still working. Stephanie Mills out there working. These women should be retired.
yes.
I know they love
Retired.
the music. I know they love the craft. But at some point in time,
Nah,
they're
I think
doing
there's
this
a
to
reason.
survive.
I think they ain't got no other choice.
And
I, I'm
it's
I'm
like
believing that. Yeah,
they're not given the same gratuity as those from other
yeah.
places, other
Hmm.
demographics.
Yes,
We
you
don't see
say that,
Barbara
Carl. We know what
Streisand
you're
out
talking about.
here. Do
Yeah,
y'all? When's the last time you heard Barbara Streisand out here
yeah.
singing?
See, I knew what you were saying,
You
but
know what I'm
yeah,
saying?
I just say
When
yeah.
when do you see
You don't hear about
Cher?
none of them.
When do you see Cher out
Yep.
there? I know she
Oh,
performs,
never.
but how often?
Thank you, Dr. Rosie Clark, for the $10 for Auntie
Did I
Mickey.
miss that? Oh no,
She just did it. She just
I
did it.
missed
A
it.
super, what's
There it
that?
is.
Hi.
Thank you,
It's,
Dr. Rosie Clark Ministries, for the super sticker. God bless you. God bless
uh,
you, love. I'm up here creeping up here trying to grab a message and I forgot where I was. But honestly, I mean, something got to give for black people in the industry. It doesn't matter if
Hmm.
it's music. Look, we got actresses out there that are up there in the higher echelon with the Julia Roberts and the Glenn Closes. Let's look at Taraji P. Henson. Look what she went through. You know, uh Viola Davis. She's up there, way up there in terms of people that are above and beyond your average in their genre. And she still got to scratch and fight for what these white women in the acting industry get, just like that. They just
But
ask for it and they get it.
you know why they do it to us, Auntie Mickey?
Hmm.
You know why they do it to us? Because we accept it.
Accept it.
That's why. Because they say to you, well, if you don't take this, then you know
Yep.
another one might not come.
Yep.
And so
Yep.
you go ahead and you go and take it because you don't think you're going to get another one.
Right. Or they'll say, well, if you won't take it, this one will.
Right.
They pit them against each other.
Exactly.
They
And
pit them against each other. It's sad.
that's what Taraji was saying. She made so many movies in a year,
Yep.
but did not get, in a year's time. She only made enough
Mm-hmm.
to pay her crew the salary,
Mm-hmm.
and really didn't have anything for her. And she was
Mm-hmm.
in four films in one year.
Right. And
But
it
if you
doesn't.
don't,
Go ahead. I'm sorry. I don't mean to
but if you
interrupt you. Go
don't
ahead.
take it, then they want to put you out of the business. That's just like
Exactly.
having going
Being
to these
blackballed.
jobs out here, huh?
Uh-huh. It's
That's
like
like
being
going
blackballed.
right. That's like going to these jobs out here. Well, if you don't pay me, then am I going to stay there and be abused and tormented just
Mm-hmm.
because I'm scared to go somewhere else?
Right.
Is your health better if you go somewhere else, or are you gonna become a
Mm.
uh hypertension because you're
Yeah.
stressed out?
Yep.
Are you gonna
Yep.
become that because you're trying to stay on that job that don't want you there?
Hmm.
You
Yeah.
know,
Yeah.
so it's just we allow them to do it. That's the only reason why they do it. If we didn't do it, then they would have to do something. But
Mm-hmm.
that what is that? Go along, get along, go along to get
Go
along.
along to get along. Yep.
You have too many of us that, because it's not happening to you
Right.
indirectly, then you don't say anything. Nobody stands
Mm-hmm.
up for each other.
Mm-hmm. Well, you know what? It hurt my heart when the same thing happened back in the New Color Purple, when the New Color Purple was made, and
Hmm.
Taraji came out and
Hmm.
cried. And this wasn't no white folks. This was our own people.
Hmm. It's always our own people.
That's the saddest part about it.
Hmm.
You know, some of these billionaires that are black and forgot, they once were lower on the totem pole too. But something about that $1 billion category that puts them in a place where they don't feel like they've gotta, you know what I'm saying? They don't have to pull up their own. If I made it by myself, you can do it too. It doesn't work like that. I really don't believe it works like that because, other folks have always taken care of their own. Why can't we? Why
Because
can't
we
we
too
take care of our own?
too busy pulling each other down
Pulling it like
instead of
crabs
lifting
in a
each other
bucket.
up.
Like
And
crabs in a
and
bucket.
that's even spiritually. You got to start
Yeah.
on the spirit level first.
Yep. Yep.
If you can't spiritually lift somebody up, hey, how you doing? How's your day? You need a hug. If you can't do that on a daily basis, you're not gonna help them, climb a ladder.
Yes.
It
Yes.
starts in the spirit first,
Yes.
and people just don't understand that. And it's not about religion. It has nothing to do. Well, religion is the start of the 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 brainwashing,
Mm-hmm.
but the spiritual aspect of it is
Mm-hmm.
where we have to get back to, because that is what was lost. That is what they
Mm-hmm.
took from us,
Mm-hmm.
you know.
That's right.
But
That's right.
until we get to that point, spirit in a spiritual way, that we're not gonna make it. We're not gonna have. They're gonna keep taking from us because they're gonna use us to do it and not them. Just
Like
like what's
outside
going on with
looking
Angie
in.
Stone.
Yeah. Like
You know what I
outside
mean?
looking in said, break the slavery chain.
That's it.
Yep.
And it's
Catherine
all
Powell.
It's all in the mind. It's in
Yeah.
the mind right now.
Yeah.
That's where they got you trapped at, is in the mind.
Mm-hmm.
And if you
Smokey
can break it
Robinson.
in that mind,
Mm-hmm.
we can start, we can get somewhere. But
Yeah.
when nobody wants to help anybody, and the ones that are trying to help, you see what they do.
Mm-hmm.
That's the ugly part.
Catherine Powell said Smokey Robinson is still working and he's 85 years old. And I'm curious about why they coming after him now. What is it he's trying to achieve? Because I'm gonna
Because they're,
stand on business and say I don't believe that one bit.
you know what
I
they're doing.
honestly don't believe it.
You know what they're doing. They're taking it from his family, so his family won't have and can
Hmm.
build on it.
Yep.
That's what's happening,
Yep.
because
That
he's
man
up
been
there in
around for
age.
Yep, that man been around since the beginning of Motown. We ain't
Mm-hmm.
heard a peep about Smokey Robinson doing anything nefarious. And now all of a sudden this
Yep.
man, 85 years old, and what they accusing him of, I ain't gonna say it. I ain't gonna say it. Yeah, I'm gonna say it. Chances are he can't do that anyway, but I'm gonna leave that alone. Um, 85. Mother Jones couldn't even touch him right about now. What you gonna get from 85? That's it. Money. That's all. But what they're accusing him of is essaying for women. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm not buying it. And especially now, after all these years of no accusation whatsoever, after all these years, I don't know. Y'all gotta give it. You guys gotta give me more than just accusations. You gotta give me some proof about that one. But
Well,
Smokey,
Auntie, that
if you're watching, let me just say this,
eh,
Smokey, if you're watching, please don't gyrate on stage like that anymore. It's creepy. It's creepy, the rubbing of the legs in the front and all. I love you when you was a little younger. You know, cruising is my jam, but at 85, that is not sexy. Okay, I digress. I'm gonna leave that alone. I love Smokey, but I just don't love. I'm not attracted to the 85-year-old Smokey like that. And
but
whew,
but
okay.
Auntie, do you see the pattern? Do you
Oh
see the
yeah.
pattern?
Oh
And it
yeah.
it and this is why we don't have anything as a culture, or as, you know,
When they
this is
see
why,
one
because
trying to
they
do
take it from,
better,
huh?
when they see one trying to do better,
Yeah, and
you
they take
know,
it from them.
they
This
take
that's
it from them.
that's like Smokey. Smokey is
Mhm.
85 years old. Uh,
Mhm.
Lord, let him live for as long as you have him here. But they making sure that his heirs, his
Uh-huh.
his his kids don't get it and do something with it. You know what I
Mhm.
mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
And that, because once you get a certain age, you stop spending money. You don't
Right.
spend money.
Right. Vicky said smoking Robinson. He ain't smoking. He's smoky. He's smoky past tense. Smokey Robinson ain't done. You know what? This just a tactic to get people focused off Diddy trial. These media people be exploiting these old R&B legends, and that is probably the truth as well. You know, there's a lot of uh, they're just deflating or deflecting. That's the word
Deflecting.
I want to use. They're deflecting away with the Diddy trial. And yes, I wrote notes on that today, and I haven't even talked about it, but I'm gonna leave that alone for another time. But if you guys are able to kind of keep an eye on the Diddy trial right now.
Hmm.
They came out with guns ablazing. Oh, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said GUNS.
Pow
Pow
pow pow.
pows, pow pows,
A
pow
blazing.
pows ablazing.
Hmm.
Yeah. First witness was an LAPD officer who was uh, the security officer that responded to the commotion on the sixth floor of the International Hotel, where Cassie got stomped by Diddy. And I can say, I'm not saying allegedly, we all saw the video. Okay. He was, Rosie said, did Mr. Tony fall asleep? He might have. But that was a very interesting testimony. And it was taken out of that testimony that there was an individual in the hotel room with Mr. Combs and Cassie. And when they responded, she was on the ground, as we saw in the video. And he actually had an opportunity to look into the room that they were occupying, and there was a third individual in there, which substantiates the perception that there was a freak off happening and she was leaving. And from that testimony then came the person that was in the room. They actually, he was the second witness. So he kind of put some things together that substantiated what we thought was coming from the first testimony. So if you guys get a chance to watch, I suggest watching, there's two different content creators that I feel cover this trial very well, and that's Ticket TV. Shout out to Ticket TV. He's an excellent content creator. He's just like Tony. He come with all the receipts, court documents, and he's getting a play-by-play of what's going on in that courtroom, because unfortunately, because this is a federal case, we're not able to see it televised. But there are people in the courtroom that are tweeting everything as it happens. And he's really good at conveying this information over the YouTube airwaves. So I would, one recommendation would be to check his live streams out. The other one is a young lady. I don't know her name, but her channel is called That Surprise Witness. And she's also getting her information from a news source that is positioned in the courtroom, that is also passing this information little by little to everyone. Yeah, he does outside looking in. He does repeat himself a lot, but if we could get past the repetitive, saying things more than once, he is saying the truth, as it turns out to be in the court documents and stuff. So sometimes he can kind of go left and go off on people, cuss people out, stuff like that. I understand that. He gets mad easy, but the content is the main thing. And so if you guys are interested in watching that, I think you would be satisfied of getting the information from him. I don't have the time to sit there and write notes, even though I did so today. I do have a job outside of YouTube and monitoring the Diddy trial. I have to work. So that's my suggestion if y'all want to watch a play-by-play.
How long do you think this is going to go, Aunt Nikki?
Well, they said that they believe it's going to last 8 weeks, which is pretty quick. In terms of, if you take a look at some of these other trials that took place, I mean, Young Thug's trial was just ridiculous. That was almost 2 years. Yeah. But ironically, the gentleman that the main attorney that was Young Thug's attorney happens to be on the team for Diddy now. And he seems to be the one that has kind of taken the forefront of all this. So he's just kind of stepped into this. And I can't remember the other guy. I can't pronounce his name. I think it's Mike Aragos or something like that. He was involved with the OJ trial, and he was the main attorney. But Brian Steele is the name of the attorney that defended Young Thug. And he has taken the reign From what I
Did
see,
you
I didn't see nobody else doing that today but him.
did did you see the Young Thug trial? Did you see parts of the Young Thug trial?
I seen almost all of it.
Okay.
I
So
followed it. Yeah.
do you think he should have plead out?
No, I
Okay.
really don't think he should
Okay.
have. I really
Mhm.
don't think he should have. What he did was he pled no contest
Mhm.
to the rest of the things. He pled guilty to those things that he was actually guilty of, because he
Mhm.
was guilty of a couple of things like the firearms
Yeah.
and the
Yep.
but the rest of it, they didn't have nothing on him.
They did not have nothing, and
Nothing.
I wondered why. I guess he was in there because he had been in there so long, but they probably would
Yes,
have said time served,
I
you
believe
know.
so. I
But
believe so.
I just didn't understand, why did he take
Yeah,
that plea? I
I don't know.
That got me.
He wanted out so bad, and I don't really think that he I don't know, maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think he thought it through completely. But the last two gentlemen that said, no, we ain't taking a plea, one of them walked away scot-free. And I believe that if he could have walked away scot-free, Young Thug could have walked away scot-free with at least time served,
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah.
But
Yep.
my God, that was a trial. I was almost in tears
I
when they
I
finally
just
let them
couldn't
brothers go.
I just couldn't believe at the end he pleaded. I was like, "Oh, what are you doing?"
Yeah,
I mean, I just couldn't believe that he did
yeah,
that.
yeah,
But see, that this is the thing that they do. They break us. They try to
yes,
break us, and
yes,
it's oh, this it goes right back. It
yep,
goes right back.
yep,
This is why we don't have anything, because of
yeah,
20 years probation.
yeah. That's
Who
a
walks
trap.
20 years probation?
That's a trap.
That's a trap waiting to happen. And it's like, oh my, I I don't know if he didn't understand what was going on, but I just was like, they don't have nothing on you but what
Yeah,
you just admitted to.
yeah.
And
But
he wasn't in trouble before, was he?
not that I know of. Not
So
that I know of.
yeah, yeah. It just
But
goes right back to the industry, all of it, the
mhm,
puffy
yeah,
thing, the royalties,
hmm,
and just
it's a
it's a
ugly
sad thing.
business. It's a
Yeah, it
ugly
is.
business. But when you throw in gang members into the mix, that's a toxic situation right there. So,
Yeah,
Retretta, thank you so much for coming tonight. You said good night early, start in the morning. All right, sweetheart, you have a wonderful evening, and thank you so much for stopping by. Love you, sweetheart. Good night. Yeah, that was a bit much, but
yeah.
you know, it lasted forever, and even I think one gentleman was actually stabbed while in there during that time, and to sit there for all that time to be let go is a travesty. It took him 2 years to be set free. you know I'm
Yep.
in here for this reason, and you're going to hold me here, and I'm getting stabbed and all these other things, and then you finally say, okay, you can go now. That's messed up. I hope he
Yeah.
got paid. I really do. I don't know
Yeah.
what happened after that, but I hope he got paid immensely.
Woo.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, but that's our justice
that's
system.
that's a tough industry. That
Yeah,
I mean, and your gifts.
go by the wayside.
Oh my goodness, it's
Yeah,
like I just sold away my gifts for
yeah,
nothing. You
yeah,
know.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. And it was also said some of the things that are required of people that want to um, prosper in that area, some of the things that are asked of them, and they
Mhm.
make that decision just to
Yeah.
be famous, and they regret it later. They've got to
Yeah.
live with those decisions, and it does something to your head, especially
Yeah.
a man. I think Terrence Howard said it best. He said, when you give up your man card,
Ooh, can't come back.
can't come back from that.
Now,
Can't
that's a
come
whole
back from
mental
that.
thing.
Man. So
I'm
we
glad a man
definitely
said it.
okay. Because if we'd have said it, oh, it'd have been haterade all up and down. Yeah. So, but yeah, it's a lot to be said about the industry, and it's been like that for many, many years. Where it's just coming out in the forefront now.
Yeah. And
So
then they take the ones that have been through a whole lot in life and
yes,
just, they just
yes.
want to make it. They just want to have something,
Well,
you
look what
know.
happened to uh not what's my boy Bobby Brown and them the little group
New edition.
New Edition. Look what they
Hmm.
did to them boys in the beginning. They got a VCR and $500
Yep. Look what
for
they
their
did to Tony
first.
Braxton.
Oh my God!
Ooh, that's rough. But people keep signing up for it. I
Yeah,
guess to be famous. Is that what
yeah,
it is? Just to be famous?
yeah, yeah.
Wow.
So, well, you know
Well,
what, y'all? We've been on this bad boy. Oh, I done burnt my shirt. Um, we've been on this chat for 4 hours and six
that's a good
minutes.
thing.
It's a good thing, but it's
That's a
now my
watchtower
behind is
in me.
my behind is numb. So I think it's time that we let go
Yeah.
and let God.
Yes.
What
Yes,
y'all think?
ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I
But I
agree.
want to thank all of you for coming. I appreciate this conversation. It got kind of uncomfortable at some point, but it needed to be done. It really needed to be done. And I'm glad Diamond showed up. Uh, I'm glad that Tony showed up. And, later on down the line, we going to look back on this. Ain't no telling what we going to say, but we can say we were there, you know, and had some kind of role to play in justice for Angie, because at the end of the day, this is justice for Angie. She came out with this. She went public,
Yep.
and everything that took place thereafter, we care about. So, and I care about her kids as well.
Yep.
I truly do. And I pray for their happiness from this point on.
Well, it'll make our hearts feel good that we did all
Right.
pray together, you
Yes.
know,
Yes.
to try to
So,
find the good resolution for this
yeah.
situation. So,
But I'm
yeah.
going to definitely say, if Tony decides that he's not going to let this go, I'm going to stand by him.
Yeah.
I'm standing by him. So, it is what it is. And
Yeah.
we just got to be prayerful in all of this.
That's all we can do.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes, JRJ Ron T7. Yes, Diamond did come by. She did. So I'm gonna bid you all adieu. I thank you for all the super chats and super stickers, and I even thank Paperwork Party for coming by
Hmm.
and letting me tell him how I feel. Because Paperwork Party, he got a lot to say on his channel, but
Mm.
I had to let him know that, hey, mm, not
Mm.
everything you say is gospel gold. Not everything you say is gospel gold. Yes, I do know about Angie. I don't have to do research on Angie. I lived Angie. How about that?
He be trying to throw him in, don't he?
Yeah. Well, I maybe I'm just gonna say this. Maybe I just look too young to be the same age as Angie. Actually, Angie was a year older than me. So if you're gonna talk about old folk, or if you're gonna slam old folks and call me and Tony the Geritol channel, what are you saying about Angie?
But you
She's
know good
the same age
music.
as us.
But you
Exactly.
you know good music, and that's
Exactly.
what it's about. That's why you
And
know
that's
Angie,
my
because
era.
you know good music.
Yeah, and that was
Yeah.
my era. She was my
Yes.
era. A lot of people that are talking about it, they were little kids when she came out.
Yeah.
Good night, Chi Town. Thank you so much for coming. So again, we loved Angie because she contributed to our life blueprint, if that
Yep.
makes any sense. there were times in our lives where that music carried us through at a certain time in our lives. I can only speak for myself. She brought me out of a real dark place with No More Rain, and that's all I'm gonna say about that. But yeah, I don't feel like I have to justify what I know about Angie. But when you tell me I don't know shit, as he put it, I don't know shit about Angie, and I need to do research and all that stuff. No, I don't. I lived Angie. So that's like me telling him that he needs to research Tupac or whatever,
Right. His era music.
yeah, whatever era, because I don't know how old he is, so I can't say for sure. But I got a son that's 43 years old, almost 44, and I know what he was listening to back then. That's like me telling him to go do research on them folks. Huh? You lived it. Why would you do research on them? You don't have to know what time of the day they were born, or what size shoe they wore, or what school they went to know that they made wonderful music. And
You
what
know the
that music,
lyrics.
you know the lyrics. Absolutely. I do know them lyrics. I can't sing
Exactly.
no more, but I know them lyrics.
And you know what? And he probably don't even know half the lyrics, you know.
Black brother, I love you. There is no one above you. This is for you too, paperwork. I want you to know that I'm here for you forever true. Now, I'm just playing with your paperwork. Ain't that what you say to me all the time?
You making fun on your channel.
Yeah. Yeah. I still watch him though. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah,
I
we
still
love you,
watch him.
paperwork.
We
You're doing
love
a
you,
wonderful,
paperwork.
fantastic job on your
Absolutely.
getting your information.
Absolutely.
You
Just leave the
are.
old people alone, okay, man?
Yeah.
Just leave us alone. We've served
Yeah.
our time. Put some respect on my age.
Tell him, Auntie.
All right, y'all. I love you guys so much. I will be back tomorrow, same mic time, same mix station. And with that said, y'all, God bless and sleep well tonight. Until tomorrow. Peace.
Peace.
Hey Mickey. Hey Mickey. Oh Mickey, you're so fine. So fine, you blow my mind. Oh Mickey, you're so fine. So fine, you. Oh Mickey, you're so fine.
Hit the like button. It don't cost you nothing.